Okay, stream is started. I am back.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Holy crap! Hello, Grievous Animates. I haven't seen you in a while. Republic Commandos will actually be...
Well, I told you to do it right after you finish with Jedi Survivor.
Right,
So.
that's what I was trying to remember.
It's gonna be enjoyable to watch him suffer.
The only
You
thing...
always say that.
Yeah, it is.
God, even normal is.
Yeah,
different.
normal gets tough.
Yeah,
at
I know. I
certain
said
points.
I was telling him that I was like, man, it probably won't take you that long, unless you get stuck on the last level. 'Cause,
Yeah, and then if you fight like a bunch of super battle droids at a choke point and you don't have anything heavy,
Right.
oh
Yeah,
but what were you
that
going
could be
to
a
say,
problem.
Fred?
Oh, even the second.
Oh yeah, no. The end of the game in general, everything past about the halfway point gets mean.
it's a shame they didn't finish the full game.
Well, yes, it is peak Christmas rush. But I was also going to say, if you want to do anything else, Fred, I'm fine with that. But I have to put everyone else to the washroom.
But yes, hello, Everts. And to finish that, yeah, I'm
So
thinking maybe 2 or 3 more streams in Survivor since I've been going through it pretty steady. And then will be Republic Commandos, so a few weeks, but it is coming up, Grievous. So I am definitely looking forward to that.
And believe me, we want to see him do Republic Commando as well because it is
like,
a game that we have we played when it came out
several times.
Yeah, and like I know, like, you know, the running joke is that, you know, it's going to kick my ass, which a lot of games do, but I think it's been well established at this point that even if it's a difficult game, I'm more than willing to play it.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing is, I won't say, like, I will say it will kick your ass in the way that a lot of
right, yeah.
do, but it's not...
It's not horrible.
It's not horrible.
Yeah, it's still fun.
Better things done with it, but that is just in general.
Yeah, well, I think one of those would be, like Tony said, finishing it, but it was, I feel like, given what Zach said, it was a very rushed production game.
They still had good production, just wasn't finished.
Yeah, it was kind of like the same thing with Force Unleashed 2.
Yeah, it's for what they gave you, it's still good. I just want more.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's
I
such like not for spoilers, but just how it ended.
Right.
That tease will be with me for the rest of my fucking life. After all these years, I am still upset about that.
I would almost rather a short game like that be shit, because then it doesn't have you wanting more.
But it wasn't.
I know.
It wasn't bad, and that's the problem.
And the problem is the gameplay, like all the mechanics they have, they were very different, and we don't really see it. We've never really seen that ever again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will always refer to Republic Commando as the best co-op single-player game.
Yeah, it's very good.
It's co-op?
It's SWAT. No. You're
Once
basically.
you play it, you will understand what.
Oh, okay.
You're basically a SWAT team.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, you'll notice all the tactics they use. It's very SWAT-like.
Oh, okay.
Like, yeah, once you actually start playing it, you'll understand why I call it the best co-op single-player.
Okay, that makes sense.
シチューを作ろうと思ってたの。でもお肉がないなら別のものを作るしかなさそうだね。
確かに肉抜きは嫌だけど、アスナのシチューを逃したくないな。あ、そうだ。売ってないなら取りに行けばいいんだよ。
取りにってどういうこと？
自分たちで食材なる獣を狩るんだよ。ユウシオと旅をしてた時は狩りで食料を調達してたんだ。
狩りか。早くこの世界の戦いにも慣れたいし、ちょうどいいかも。
そうと決まれば早速出かけようぜ。オートから出れば獣の1匹や2匹いるだろう。とはいえ、狩人の天職の妨げにならないような獲物を1匹だけ狩るようにしないとな。
うん、行こっか。
I was going to ask a question about what's happened so far, but I'm like, the only question that would be relevant would be, have they blinked yet?
Answer: no. Until you get past chapter 1, where your memories are all still fuckered, they actually don't let you do any of that. Now I can actually choose to start wooing people. Hello, Stephanie.
Hello, Stephanie.
待って、キリト君。
Oh, I made mistakes though. I did a side mission instead of a main mission. I'm gonna be here for the next half an hour.
私はまだこの世界に不慣れだから少し
Yeah,
練習
it's
して
like
おき
the
たい
only
なっ
problem
て。
with anime games.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world though. It's still fun given that it's, you know, pertaining to Asuna, but it's
ありがとう。
this game still takes 60 hours if you were to just focus on the main story. Oh.
Oh, you're bitching about that? Yeah.
行くよ。
Oh, what the fuck? Why am I fighting her?
We could get him to play the console wars game.
You monster.
Trying to think of which one you're referring to in that.
All 3 of them, I think. And maybe some of the spin-offs.
I literally don't know which one you're referring to. Because you technically already played the console war game. That was Halo.
No.
Okay.
Literal
The literal
console
one.
war.
Okay.
Yes, you are fourth, Tony.
I mean, if you're trying to rush the main story, they aren't that long. Like, in the first one, I only have 36 hours, and I basically 100%ed it. I know when you're done, too, though. I will admit 2 is a much longer game. I have 27 hours, and I'm barely out of the beginning. It's part of why I haven't finished that game. I really do need to go back and be like, yeah, I need to do that thing. It's still installed, because it's not a big game, but...
I don't think any of them are.
You should,
やっぱりキリト君は
Fred. You should ask Zach when he's gonna download Hitman: World of Assassination.
When I've finished all the other games I need to work on, like Jedi Survivor.
どうしたの急に。
Dude, Jedi Survivor is too fucking big on its own.
It is. It is.
Also, I need to purchase World of Assassination first, because that's the one I don't own. I don't own 3, I own 1 and 2.
I just remember you talking about how big it was the other night.
どこか
Yes,
遠
it's
くに行った
fucking
んだけど
ginormous. I think it's bigger than Jedi Survivor, and Jedi Survivor is already 130 gigs.
Wasn't one of the Call of Duty games over 200?
Yes. But that was Advanced Warfare, and that's
Right.
because it was uncompressed audio files.
Oh,
Rather famously is what caused that one.
何
Jesus.
Even the newer ones, they're a lot larger because of the fact that it's technically 2 games with...
The game and Warzone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's
that
see.
thing.
Is Modern Warfare 3 the most recent one?
No.
行きましょう。
It's...
Is it the new Black
new
Ops?
Black
Yeah,
Ops.
Black Ops 6.
お待たせ。シチューできなかった
I
よ
just couldn't fucking remember in that case, but fair. Well, I mean, yeah, but,
Part of the reason I remember that is because Blue has been obsessed with it.
おかわり
fair.
もある
Black
から
Ops 6 is apparently 128 gigs, or at least what it says is 128. I don't even
Yeah.
believe that number.
I don't believe that number.
Modern Warfare 3 says 102.
アンダーワールドの料理を作る仕組みは
I don't believe that.
SAO のシステムとは全然違う
Yeah, no,
But
I
yeah,
think I think
also
what's
to
adding
your
to that is
answer,
Warzone.
Yeah, it is. But to answer the question about the other franchise we were referring to, number 3 is only 13 gigs, and that's the biggest stuff. Well, okay,
食いしん坊さ
technically because it does have a sequel, because 3 2 is 16.
I'm assuming you were talking to Fred.
あれ
Yes.
Okay, because I was like, what the
How
fuck are we
the
talking?
hell is the fucking hack and slash spin-off? Well,
I think they're fairly detailed maps.
この
Not
世界
really.
の食
I've
材と
played
か
it.
調
Not
味料とか
really.
によるけど私は
I haven't played a gigantic of
I know, I see you have like 48 minutes in it. I should actually like purchase it for myself at some point so we could like go look at that with 2 people, but maybe if it goes on a half decent sale, but I believe that one has never gone on like a truly good enough sale.
that. I do not know. So I bought one that was fairly new.
他に覚えてることはないの？
あります。
What?
忘れるわけないじゃないか。いろいろあったんだし。
Willie is still confused as to what game series we're talking about.
Yeah, and I find it funnier that way, so you know.
What? No, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I got lost in thought. I was thinking about pushing my Assassin's Creed games further up the line because I just saw that Black Flag is getting remastered.
俺も同じ気分だよ。
Yeah, but it's not gonna come out for a while. So.
Well, yeah, like I'm not talking about making it immediately, just enough to kind of run it up close. So like I'm still gonna do like Borderlands and Hitman and stuff first, but then kind of like reevaluate where I'm at.
Borderlands first. It goes to $8 on occasion. Okay, I will say this: Borderlands 1 will probably not take that long.
Right.
Borderlands 1 is the only one that won't take that long.
It's the others.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
no, dude, you have no idea how long Borderlands 2 is.
Even going through just the main stories.
あん
What,
まり
like
その頃のことは思い出したくないな。
Too long.
20 to 30 hours?
初めての仮想
Tony got impatient with how long me and him were taking, and he decided to beat it on his own.
Well,
And it still
yeah.
took him like,
Wow.
yeah,
20
like a
hours.
couple, yeah, and
Yeah,
we
that's
were
why I'm
quite
saying
a way
like 20 to
through.
30 hours.
Oh no, Fred, you don't
Yeah,
understand. We were
I-
over halfway through when Tony
Oh,
got impatient,
God.
and it took him like
Yeah.
another 20 hours.
考え方はキリト君と出会ったことで変わっていた
Yeah.
Well, that's
And,
too long.
It is.
yeah,
Yes.
I know,
It's one long
yeah,
movie.
we just never got back to it. That's the
ゲ
most.
ームのい
Fuck
ろい
it.
ろな知識
It
や
had been that long since we had played it last, and we wandered off to do it on your own. It had been like
It had
a
been
couple
long.
weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Forever.
It had been like
そういう考え方をキリト君に
month.
教わったから
I really wanted to do the DLCs. I don't know
Good
the
job.
character.
Good job. But either way, Tony,
And
do you
then
want to join
I
us?
For what?
But yes, Stephanie, it is, and I am super excited because that's my favorite one.
そうなんだ正
What?
面
Oh, she said she didn't know Black Flag was getting remastered.
Oh,
Black Flag is
that's
pretty much
a lot of-
everyone's favorite.
Yes, for good reason.
Well, I was going to say, there's a lot of people who like it, but don't think it should be an Assassin's Creed game, which is a fair take, because it's barely
That-
an
that
Assassin's
is-
Creed game.
Also
That
true.
is fair.
Also true.
There's a lot of people who will admit, like, the sailing's fun, but if you're going to buy it for an Assassin's Creed game, it's a terrible one of those, because most of the settlements suck. I hate, or fucking
Edward,
thank you, I got both of his fucking...
his successors.
Yeah, but I couldn't fucking get his name. But yeah, he got basically no new skills, and all the new shit's in the ship sailing, which, don't get me wrong, is fun as fuck, but it's not an Assassin's Creed game.
Yeah, it definitely was one of those ones that raised the question, and I mean, it kind of makes sense when you play through the story because he never really got any proper training.
Well, yeah, I know. Without getting into too much detail about a series you haven't played yet on stream, that's giant spoilers, yes. There
Yeah,
are reasons for it, but yeah, it's a thing.
yeah. I think just as like a character and the way the environment ended up being, just it was so likable.
I still need to buy Black Flag on Steam at some point and replay it, and I also have to go fucking actually finish replaying Syndicate. I got a decent chunk into it and then got distracted and never went back, because I personally think Syndicate's one of the better games in the series.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
was
mostly ignored game, because that was after Unity ruined the franchise's reputation, and I just feel like,
Yeah.
guys, one of the best Assassin's Creeds is...
この世界を出たら真っ先に
Yeah.
つもりだよ
Well, I
you all
know.
ignored it because of Unity.
Well, and the one that came out directly after Black Flag was so overshadowed by people still liking Black Flag at the time that a lot of people don't even know it exists. Far Cry, or no, was it Far Cry? No, the one about Edward's first mate there,
Oh, that black dude?
the Haitian dude, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I-
I think
that
that was
isn't
mostly
a
a spin-off.
It
I
was
gonna say,
it
that's not
it.
well, because that isn't a mainline one, because that's in the same set that like the other French Revolution one is set, where you play the woman instead. The one that leads into Unity.
Yeah, they were supposed to be DLCs, but ended up being complete standalones that were considered spin-offs.
Yes.
What
Yeah,
was
because there was
here?
the Chronicle set, but was it? No, it wasn't.
Where's Black Flag?
Freedom Cry?
Freedom Cry, thank you.
Yeah, it's set in Saint Domingue, which is present day Haiti. Yeah, well, yeah, there was that, and then there was Assassin's Creed Rogue, which truly nobody remembers.
Oh,
I
yeah.
played
That-
very
that-
French one?
That's Shay. No, that's Shay.
Yeah.
That's the Irish one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because, you know what? I'm not going to say that, because that is heavy spoilers, because I plan on playing that too.
No, I know.
I
but
didn't hate
either
it.
way.
I
No, the problem is
enjoyed
it.
it.
Was worth Black Flag.
It was.
The problem.
Yeah. The storyline was good, though.
Then Unity happened, which these days Unity is fine. They did bug fix it in the end, and it's fine. It actually works. The co-op works. It's got good gameplay. It's just famously the launch of Unity happened, and
Yeah.
you know.
I think the
and-
only part of Unity that I dislike is the lock-picking mechanic.
Yeah, touche.
It's entirely fair. I mean, if before you actually get to it, if it goes on a good enough sale, I'll look into picking up Unity. But
Same here.
I plan on it.
I did enjoy playing it when I was playing it, and this was near the launch of it.
yeah, and it's $29.99, so if it goes on a good sale, it'll drop to like $8, and I can just pick it up then. But I will wait and see if it goes on a.
Oddly enough, one of
Uh,
the biggest complaints I heard about with Unity was just like a lot of the, like the heavy hardcore Assassin's Creed players bitching about it was the fact that the hood on him didn't look like a genuine Assassin's hood, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Times are changing. Things change.
Yeah, and then like barely a year after that was Syndicate, and yeah,
Really, yeah, brought back.
people were burned on the series, and I'm just like, God damn it, you missed the good one because of that. Because
Oh,
I do say that is in my personal top 3.
Syndicate was good.
Syndicate, maybe top 4. But
I'd say top
it's-
5 for me.
Let me
I'd have to
guess.
play
Black
more
Flag.
Syndicate to...
Let me guess though, Willie. Black Flag, all of the Assassin's Creed 2 trilogy, and then Syndicate.
Actually, no. Black Flag, Assassin's Creed 1, and then Assassin's Creed 2, and then Syndicate. That's not to say I don't like Revelations and Brotherhood, but yeah, I
don't
really
know,
liked.
I can't do Assassin's Creed 1 anymore.
I just
I've done
I like
it
all
for
I like Altair. I don't know why or what it is that draws me to him, but I just maybe it's his arrogance, but
No,
I
get
I
that,
like
but
his
really
overconfidence.
I really wish 1 had gotten like a slight remaster in the style of fucking
Yeah,
like Assassin's Creed 2. I don't even need it to be huge. Just make it slightly less A,
Quality of
and
life.
B, yeah, just some quality of life stuff and like yeah.
which I'm honestly
This
kind of
game's gonna
surprised it
work, yeah.
hasn't been.
I know that game came out in 2007. It's almost 20 years old.
Yeah, and people still praise it for it being the literal beginning of the franchise.
Also, I think I just aged. I think I just felt my spine like curling.
Yeah, tell me about it.
What?
Oh.
Saying that Assassin's Creed 1 is 20.
It's fucking 18 years old right now. That's not okay.
No, it literally grew up with all of us.
It can almost legally drink in our province.
Almost.
I know.
And that's depressing.
Fuck, what is smoking here? Is it 21 for smoking here?
No, I'm pretty sure smoking's 18.
Is it? Smoking? Oh, right, we're the weird place where smoking's younger than drinking for some
Yep.
godforsaken reason. I always forget, because, it's different in every province, but, which is always one of
Also
those
the
funny things
youngest
to say.
province is where you can legally drink.
Huh? We're the youngest? Aren't we tied with a couple others?
Maybe Quebec?
I thought the Maritimes also had it pretty young.
They might. I don't know,
I'm
but
gonna look that up.
I just know Alberta is.
It sounds so bad without context.
Uh,
For anybody who jumps into the stream at this point, we are talking about alcohol and smoking ages, not anything else. Sick bastards.
Yeah, but we probably shouldn't get on the Canadian one for what you're thinking of because it sounds worse than it is.
There are stipulations for that one.
Well, ours is also younger than a lot of places are just in general because ours isn't 18, it's 16. That's what I was getting at.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. But it's why I said there's also stipulations for that.
No, you're thinking of the, well, sort of. I was gonna say you're thinking of the close in age ones, but you're thinking of the nobody in power over you bit. No teachers, no doctors, no, I can't remember what else. I'm still trying to fucking find it though, because it's driving me insane. Okay, no, I thought you were talking out of your ass there. The youngest provinces in the country are Alberta, Manitoba, and Quebec at 18. Everywhere else is 19, including here.
Yeah, Saskatchewan changed to 19, 2000, and
I was already here by the time it
Something, 2000 something?
yeah, I can't remember.
I don't see it. I don't see anything about it being that recent. I see it being back in the 80s.
Actually, I do have a bit. I do have a bit of a. Oh, hello.
Yeah, they're us.
Hello.
I do have a bit of a funny story when it pertains to the legal drinking age here. So, my grandmother, this still irks her to this fucking day, waited 18 years for the legal drinking age to change so she could go into bars. And the year she changed, she hit 18, it changed to 21. So she waited. The year it hit that she would turn 21, it changed back to 18. She was so fucking mad.
So just looking here, just to see, the most recent thing I can see about drinking age here is 2013, where they agreed to keep it at 19 rather than lower it. Beyond that, I don't see anything about it. So yeah, I think it's just always been 19 for the longest time. That's such a weird time for that. The hours of sale for alcohol here are 9:30 a.m. to 2 a.m.
That is a weird time.
Yeah, well, looking through it, obviously, you know, I'm putting a lot of, like, actual, you know, legal pages and stuff, and I'm just like...
I think that was a Rust thing.
No, that was a Tony. I don't know
Well, I'm still here.
Yeah,
Goodbye,
yeah.
Tony.
But yeah.
I don't think he's joining us.
Yeah, well, he said no. We got distracted by talking, so I wasn't fucking clicking. But yeah, you on whatever you want to be on?
Yeah.
Me and Fred are doing PvP in 14, Billy is streaming, Sword Art Online, still.
And he will be
gotcha.
Yeah, I'm gonna be for a while.
He's discovered he actually picked the long game.
Wait, which SKO? Is it the season?
Alicization Lycoris.
Like,
Oh yeah, that one.
Or Lycoris, yeah.
For the record, I know how to say it, it's just the flower.
That's fair, actually. I did not know that was named after a flower.
I do because it's been used as a fucking flower in anime about 8 bajillion times because it has a specific meaning.
I'm going to assume a Japanese meaning.
Kinda Asian in general, but yes.
Oh, fair. Heyo,
no,
Blue!
Have you ever heard of the spider lily before?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those.
Oh, okay. That actually makes sense.
It's all about death.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if you've ever seen, so there are other species of it, but in particular, if you've ever seen an anime when they have that red spindly flower that's all
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
and everything. Yeah, that's a Lycoris. That's a Lycoris.
Wasn't one of the characters from Tokyo Ghoul's power based off of that?
Yes. Yes.
Wasn't it actually the woman that all the ghouls feared that ended up living inside of what's his name, the main character?
No, he had a relatively normal power.
Well, because every time, or maybe it was just the environment. Whenever he like saw her when he was close to death, and it was always
that part absolutely. But
yeah, because it was her in like the red field.
Yeah, no, her power is literally what it Ken got.
Right.
Ken Kaneki got.
Yeah.
Because he inherited her Kakuja.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
But
anyway, it's been a while since I've seen Tokyo Ghoul.
I know, and I'm not even confident I called is the right one because I'm like, oh god, they all start with K, and I can't remember which one is which right now.
It's a good show. I should rewatch it.
Well, I mean, I refuse to rewatch the show, but I'll go reread the manga happily.
Fair.
Even Ifri's artwork gets a bit confusing at times.
I think that's where I kind of got lost a little bit because I was like, they eventually ended up explaining it, but it was just the way they jumped into it.
The artwork is beautiful, but also very idiosyncratic.
Oh yes, I meant to ask you, Blue. How did your 8-hour stream go?
Oh, also, while you wait for his response, really, I can confirm, yes, you can turn the stuff up on the Star Wars map. You just have to open the legend.
Oh, good, okay.
When I was playing earlier before I took a break, I
fair.
What the fuck happened?
There's a soft lock in the operating system, so I crashed.
Oh, delightful.
Oh, very nice.
Well, I mean, it happens on occasion. It's as the rule goes with modern computers. Unless it happens a lot, it's probably not a problem.
Titan incarnation.
Yeah, well, I gotta get a new computer.
Well, that's good, Blue. That's good. What?
You do not need a new computer.
Settle down. This is his excuse. Let him cook. Let's see. Let's.
Why do we have so many fucking machinists?
I don't
Let's
know.
see him explain this one to Tammy.
I was going to say, I have no idea how he has driven himself into bankruptcy with all the shit he buys, but... Seriously, fucking the 4 of you plus 2 more plus 2 bards. And then a bunch of Pictos. We're like all ranged in PS.
Well, that's good, Blue. I'm glad you had a lot of people tuning in. I've thought about doing those, but at the same time, I'm also not a complete madman yet.
Okay, you haven't hit true streamer powers until you're sleeping on stream.
Yeah, I will.
He's already done that.
Shut up.
Yeah, I know, but intentionally.
Oh, you mean like freaking Subathon?
Yes.
Don't think I'll ever hit that point, so I'm safe, but...
A lot of smaller channels still do subathons, because frankly when you're smaller, they don't last long, but they can still attract a decent chunk of subs.
Fair.
Because you never start with a particularly long time, like...
And you put a cap on it.
Yeah, exactly. Unless you're somebody like Melcy.
Yeah, but... She's... has problems.
Clinically... mildly clinically insane when it comes to her streaming... shenanigans? Yes, I know.
Ah, damn it.
Get myrtled.
Stephanie, I don't even want to know what you were doing to poor Mob. That poor man does not deserve anything we throw his way, but we do it anyways.
Fuck, okay, our thing is up, but
Did you
they're
guys
like
see that, what is it, PlayStation State of Play?
Yeah, some good stuff in there. I mean, I'm looking forward to Tactics, and Neo 3.
Neo 3?
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah, it got
announced.
Yeah.
Oh.
Literally about a couple hours, like 2 hours ago.
Oh, shit, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I got time anyways. It's going to be a while before I reach that on my streams, but...
Well, and I'm going to warn you ahead of time, we're going to be in Neo for a long time. You think Elden Ring's a long game, you know
It's
nothing.
gonna, yeah, that game will take a long while.
Why do you think I have it close to the end of my list that I have so far?
Yeah, it's going to be a thing. The funny thing is, Neo 1's proportionally short as fuck. Neo 1's a relatively normal Souls game in length. It's Neo 2
It's 2?
is the good one. Yes. Well, it's because Neo 2 isn't a traditional
Neo
Souls
2 is the one
game.
that sucks.
Well,
Because you do it by,
Well,
what is it, levels.
yeah, Neo 2 is a mission-based game. But no, Neo 2 is the better game in every way. It just... Neo 2's long.
Mm-hmm.
But,
You also fight Yotengu from Dead or Alive for some reason.
yes.
Sorry about it.
どうしよ
Well, it's because same company, but yeah.
うよろしく
But yeah,
Ah, right,
it's
yeah.
weird. Yeah, it's them, Koei Tecmo. But what I was going to say is,
You sit there.
oh god, I was going to say something and now it's leaked out of my fucking skull.
Were you?
Yes, it was explicitly to Ross. So, have you seen that fucking newest episode of G-Clux? We've gone full alternate universe.
Yeah. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I mean, a lot of
Jesus
people are pointing
Christ.
out you can tell it's Anno and the dude who directed Evangelion Rebuild because it's Rebuild all over again.
Wow.
I'm not complaining.
I guess it
honestly.
makes sense that, you know, it's in UC. Because everybody was like, you know, what is it? Prior to this, everybody was like, you know, this story could have just not taken place in UC.
Yeah,
And then they had to tie this together.
I just love that it is apparently a universal constant that Char gets killed by Amuro.
Yeah.
I
mean,
and for...
No, that's the thing. I think he, what is it? In this particular universe's Lala,
Not
she
dead,
keeps
yeah.
seeing
This
visions
is the
of
weird
Shar
one.
dying during the
Ah.
1 Year War.
Yeah, because this is the weird one that doesn't make any sense, because that's why Lala is, like, dealing with this universe, because it's the only one that isn't going... Well, where Char doesn't immediately die. I do find it funny, though, if you don't know, the
Yeah.
version she's talking about, where she, like, the Lala is from, that's from
Ow.
the novel Anno did a number of years ago. I always forget its name. But,
Ah.
yeah, that version where Char gets murdered in, like, a fucking house instead, and, like, an actual physical confrontation, yeah, that's from a novel.
Oh.
There's a
Gotcha.
lot of versions of UC, man.
Yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
even try. I just stopped.
But there's so many good shows
I
in
don't
there.
blame you.
And then there's Double Zeta. And in all seriousness,
Double Zeta isn't that bad.
no, I agree. I'm being somewhat facetious. I just find the tonal shift for
Yeah.
Double Zeta to be hilarious.
It is.
You
Very
come
significant.
suppressed off of Zeta, and you hit Double Zeta, and they're like, it's wacky punch time, and I'd be like, I'm mentally hollow, and you hit me with this?
It's like, what is it? It's only wacky funny for like the first half. The second half
Yeah.
it gets serious.
Wacky.
I
Play
still
the
don't
one, play the
understand
two, man.
why.
And that makes it even funnier, because yeah, it's like, yeah, this isn't Zeta, it won't be horrible again, and then about halfway through it's like, no, wait, we lied, it's worse. There is no happiness
Wow.
here.
Get fucked, idiot.
No, the two Zeta ones make me laugh every time. I do like both of them. I think Zeta and Double Zeta are both good shows. I just find it hilarious. Get fucking double faked, idiot.
The hell did I just find?
Oh, double fake. That's a.
That is quite
that's
the
a
plan,
Gundam
and he
manga
is
series.
way higher level than me.
That is true, that is true. Although, I feel like I can name just about
Ow.
any vaguely weird sounding combo of words, and it's probably a Gundam series.
God.
Tell me I'm wrong with all the Gundam mangas out there with some weird word title.
The one that
One
pisses
word.
me off is cross dimension.
That's fair.
Because there is no crossing dimensions. It's like a tiny fucking skirmish in the desert.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh god, I'm fucking dead. Their whole team has found me. I think One of them just saved my life by knocking me away.
Let's go.
But yeah, no, I will say, I suddenly understand, how Beatbox may fit in its runtime, but I also can't wait to see how much more of a disaster it turns into in the next few episodes.
It's going to get so much more fucked. And we thought the time travel shit with Unicorn and Narrative was bad.
Look, UC's fucking weird. Fucking new types can do anything.
Especially with this show, yeah. We see even more of it.
Come.
Look, don't question new type bullshit.
Actually. At first I thought it was just like teleporting him. Of course it wasn't. Of course it was fucking alternate universes and shit.
Yep. Look, we have fucking Lawless in universe. Like, it's already weird and it's only gonna get weirder.
Alternate universes hurt my brain.
Don't watch Beatbox.
Yeah.
Don't watch Beatbox unless you want to see the hilarity of alternate universes and, honestly, the most real teenager I've ever seen in a goddamn Gundam show, because Maku is just a teenage gremlin.
Yeah.
Also, can I say I love, in the current episode, her getting interrogated is a strong word, because she folds like a fucking wet noodle.
Yeah. I mean, it's not fair though. She was getting her fucking mind read.
I know. Chalia fucking never gave her a fucking chance.
Nope. Not dealing with it.
I do find it hilarious though, the number of people who have had to explain to them now that, like,
Yep, you're
people
right.
are like, wait,
I did leave the
Talia's
area.
this much of a badass? And they're like, yeah. The only reason he died in one episode in the original is Amuro is a murder blender.
Yeah. Because he's the main character. I'm sorry, bro. You gotta die.
Well, I mean, Amuro, I believe only one person canonically beat his 1 year war kill amount, because Amuro's at like 100.
No. There's a few. There's a few.
But not many, I know.
Amuro's in like the top. What is it? The top ace. It was. I forget what his name is. It's probably some dumbass fucking name.
Oh, it
But
is.
I know
who
he's
you're referring to, but I don't
nothing
remember his
but
name
like. He used the gym command like the
I was gonna
whole
say,
war.
I think he had like a gym and like a gun tank, and like it's hilarious that he's like the highest ace.
No. You didn't use a gun tank. Oh shit.
No, you are right about him using a gym though. I just don't remember his fucking name. But I do find it funny though that despite the Federation having several crazy aces in return, Xeon just has a fuck ton more in general. Xeon has like 120 pilots that all have like 50 kills. Which is hilarious when you stop and think about it, because there are canonically not that many mobile suits in the 1 year war.
Yeah.
Because they're technically like special
there were a
forces,
few.
basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did terrible. How did Blaze beat us both by that much though?
Johnny Ridden is the third highest, third best, what is it? Xeon Ace. 185 mobile suits and 6 ships.
I love that.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh no, Amuro is second!
Yeah, who beat them though?
142 mobile suits and 9 ships.
Yeah, and weren't most of those ships during, like the fucking,
Solomon, Aboku.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, wasn't it a Boaku where he got most of them?
Makes sense.
Yeah,
highest ranking one for the Federation is Kenneth A. Jung.
yeah.
A character from MSD. The pilot and F4. I would say that's probably a plane. It can custom and then a Jim Command Fist.
That's just for suddenly decided to hate him.
Or his connection.
Yeah,
I hate him.
but
Yeah, we have no idea what you're saying at the moment. You're in it out in a really weird way, which is different.
Yeah, no, it's on my end. What is it? I'm on my.
Yeah, we understood none of it.
Yeah,
Fucking
I heard
impressive.
You're on something and then nothing. I assume like on your phone or on a tethered connection.
I'm
or
on a
something
Chromebook.
Ooh.
I'm on a Chromebook.
Oh, it's
Can I get a skill
amazing.
issue?
Not for me this time. Stephanie, I hope you're
No,
paying
no,
attention.
My parents took all my shit, and they only left me with like garbage essentially. So yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it suddenly went back to normal, but yeah.
Oh god. Oh Jesus.
You know, I'm never gonna get anywhere in this fucking game.
Yeah, probably.
I keep fighting everything I see.
Hey, that sounds like a personal problem.
It is, very much is. Ah, what the hell? Oh, right, the lightning links. Stephanie said she wasn't paying attention as she's playing Skyrim, but skill issue.
I should get back into finishing my Skyrim run in as much as anyone ever finishes a Skyrim run.
Wouldn't that pretty much just be finish the story and then leave it at that?
No.
No.
No, if you do the main story, you've done like 1% of the content in the game.
Oh, Jesus.
You can
The
do
main
the main
story is not long.
I think if you try and you completely ignore the Civil War and just do the mission where you end it the boring way, probably do the whole main story in like
5 hours?
I was about
If
to say
that.
about 5 hours.
Jesus.
No, none of the Elder Scrolls games have long main stories. They're not meant to. None of the fucking Bethesda games do you play them for their main stories. I
Fair.
think the longest might
G or New Vegas?
3 or Morrowind.
Fair.
And even then, Morrowind isn't particularly long. It's mostly the kind of big stuff like everywhere.
Yeah. Or find
And
Stealth
fucking-
Striders.
Well, I was going to say, and dealing with the fucking cliff racers.
Fucking cliff racers.
Thank you, Saint Fiam, for exterminating them out of existence. For the record, there's an enemy from Morrowind that was so hated by the fans that when we revisited that area in one of the DLCs to Skyrim, you discover there's a man who went on a one-man genocide spree against that one fucking species and completely exterminated them all, and he's now a saint because of it.
Jesus.
Fuck Cliff Runners, they deserve to die.
Fuck Cliff Runners.
Anyone who's played Morrowind knows fuck cliff runners.
Because their ability to hit you early game is way too high, and your ability to hit them is 0.
Well, there's several problems. Yeah, they're fucking everywhere. Absolutely everywhere. They fly, they're faster than you, they do way too much damage, they fly so you can't hit them. Yeah, fuck cliff runners.
As well as, even if your weapon makes contact, that does not mean you hit the enemy in Morrowind.
Yeah, because it runs like a dice roll behind the scenes, because Morrowind's weird. And then finally, last but not least, they show up in packs of 3 or 4.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
Jesus.
I think the worst I ever saw was the game bugging out and spawning a bunch more, and I think I had like 12 or 13 at the same time. And I think
Yeah, because like 3 packs
I-
spawned.
Yeah, I literally saw that and just like turned around and went, I'm not going that way anymore. You can't make me.
Nope, not fighting that. That's a level 45.
I literally just went, I know my quest is in that direction, but I'm not doing this today, and went somewhere else. Fuck cliff racers. I'm pretty sure there are hundreds of variations, and all my homies hate cliff racers. Yeah, like that fucking meme has had hundreds of versions of it because of fucking cliff racers.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's a thing. Jesus. There is no enemy as annoying as them. The only thing that's about as annoying is fucking Slaughterfish in Oblivion. And it's not because they're hard to kill.
Nope. Although I hate Slaughterfish in Skyrim more, because you can't hit them back.
Yeah, but they don't cause the problem they did in Oblivion. They don't tend to aggro you from 6 miles away and make it impossible to fast travel, because some Slaughterfish in some puddle got very angry at you and now you can't fast travel.
Yeah.
If it's not Slaughterfish, it's the mud crabs.
Yeah.
Fucking Cyrodiil is infested with those fuckers. Oh, and if it's not those two, it's skeevers.
Well, rats, but yes.
Oh, right, they weren't skeevers
They're-
until Skyrim.
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
I also
Yeah, that is
Oblivion?
fair, Stephanie.
What is she bitching about? Fucking.
Slaughterfish.
Oh yeah, fuck Slaughterfish. But I was gonna say, could the rats in Oblivion disease you like skeevers can?
Yes. Token zombies.
I think so. Could Slaughterfish?
Yes.
I just don't remember what they gave you. I think mud crabs are the only ones.
I think they gave you rock joint or lockjaw.
Sorry.
Oblivion diseases. What were they? So rats can give you a bunch of things: blood lung, bone break fever, and brain rot. And feeble limb. Red rage, the shakes, and the witless pox. Bears could give you ticks. Who knew? They could give you yellow
No,
ticks.
yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Slaughterfish could give you green spore, and I think that's it. I don't see them anywhere else in this list. Mud crabs could give you swamp fever. Dogs could give you witbane. Hilariously, there's one in one place. In the mines of Thundercliff Watch, the laborers there can give you tunnel cough. The sheep could give you droops. Deer could give you damp worms. Boars could give you Chanthrax blight.
Oh, shit. That's not what I want to do.
Zombies could give you, like, fucking everything under the sun.
Yeah.
Wolves gave you Hell Joint. Of course, because it is counted as one, of course, vampires give you Porific Hemophilia, which turns into vampirism. What the fuck were... Oh, right, Shivering Isle. That's why I didn't immediately think of... The Scallons from Shivering Isle had their own set of diseases. Scallon Blight, Scallon Fever, and Scallon Sunburn. Oh my god, that is hilarious. If you got the DLC for Mehrunes Razor, in Thundercliff Watch, which included Thundercliff Mines, there was a... And this is a pun, because it's a hoe in there, as in the
The farming tool.
yeah, that
You
gave you...
dirty hoe. I'm sorry, I love you.
No, but it gave you Tickle Bridge.
It gave you what?
Give you what?
Pickle Bridge.
Tickle Bridge.
Pickle
Yeah.
bridge? Tickle bridge?
Yeah, because, you know,
What
bridges,
the fuck
your
is
pants.
tickle bridge?
It's tickling in the groin area, because it makes your pants tickle.
Oh, this is fucking stupid.
Tickle bridge.
Well, it's Brit, because B-R-I-T-C-H is also britches pants.
Oh, bridge. Yeah, bridge.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
bitch with an R in it.
Tickle bridge.
But either way, yeah, it's a terrible
That's-
pun, and they knew exactly what they were doing.
That's freaky.
Have you never heard someone
Say britches?
They tickle
Yeah.
your britches.
No.
But yeah.
Okay, then.
It's one of the weirder English things.
I went off the path. That's not the way I needed to go. Actually, no, I might be able to find my way back. Map.
What are all the
Peas the
Skyrim
map,
diseases?
peas the
'Cause
map.
I don't remember all the Skyrim ones. I just remember that I like turning into a werewolf because it means every goddamn skeever on the
It's
planet
this
doesn't
one?
give me a goddamn fucking
Yeah, I know, I do that too.
It will smell wet dog.
disease.
You know, really,
You have
This is a
fur
really
growing
hot
out of your
take.
ears.
What, Ross?
this is a really hot take, but I kind of want to play Starfield again.
I mean, I bet with the modding tools being a thing, you can improve it noticeably.
Yeah, because that is mostly why I want to play it, because what is it? It's got actual modding tools now.
Yeah.
And I seen, what is it? A Star Wars mod for it. It looks really good. Like,
Fair.
fuck.
Oh, fuck that one. I didn't know that's what a taxi actually did. I forgot. The one skeevers, frostbite spiders, slaughterfish, and some traps can give his lockpicking and pickpocketing become 25% harder.
Ugh.
Huh?
Yeah,
Wait, so
fucking...
diseases
fucking-
aren't permanent, right?
They are unless you find a shrine.
Well, or drink a cure disease potion.
Yeah.
Ugh.
There's also the one everybody hates, which thankfully isn't skeevers, but it isn't better because of what gives it. It's rock joint in that game, which is horkers, bears, wolves, foxes, and some traps. That's just 25 less damage with melee weapons.
Jesus.
Yeah.
And then Saber Cats and Trap, which is also really common, gives you Witbane, which is Magicka recovers 50% slower, because fuck you. There's a reason almost everyone in that game either fucking hoards cure disease potions or becomes a vampire or a werewolf, because those are the two ways to avoid fucking diseases, because you can't get any other disease if you have vampirism or lycanthropy.
Yeah, I
Or they
remember
play as
that.
Argonian just for the natural plus 25% resistance to disease.
True. I thought they were like completely immune to it, but
No, they just have a much higher resistance to it.
fair. I mean, I still play Argonians a fair bit. I like being able to breathe in water. It makes some of the
Fair.
times where you have to deal. Oh, it's Argonians and Bosmers both get 50% disease resistance.
Oh, it's 50?
Farming
which means-
equipment.
which means- No, it's 50, and apparently it makes it much easier if you have a way to get resist disease beyond that, because there are necklaces of disease resistance and immunity.
Yeah.
There is apparently, yeah. You can get necklaces of disease immunity, which are just 100% resistance by themselves. But knowing that game, it doesn't spawn until you're like level
Oh, sick.
50, so... That's funny.
Yeah,
that had to be
also,
fixed by
it's taking the necklace slot, which,
It's useful.
yeah.
I do find it funny though, resist disease 100% does not prevent diseases from traps due to
What?
scripting oversights.
Oh.
That's the most Skyrim statement I've ever heard.
Yep.
Yeah. Can't you just make your own if it's Skyrim? Like with, what is it? Alchemy?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, no, you can make resist disease or cure disease potions. It's just it takes a while to get all the ingredients together, and because every rat and wolf and fucking fucking everything out in the goddamn thing wants to give you some disease, most people just get sick of it and turn into something that just won't let them be diseased anymore. Oh, and then if you play on
Yeah.
survival mode, suffer and die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Survival
I've never
mode
liked
makes
playing
them get
survival in Bethesda games.
Survival mode makes it worse because it adds progression to the diseases. And for example, if Whitby
Well,
goes
except
to
for
attack-
survival mode wasn't
Oh.
a thing until Fallout 4.
well, no,
There
there's
was no
survival-
no, that
there is. There's a creation club.
well, yes, but that's a mod.
Yes, but that's an official mod. That's an official mod that is basically DLC instead of a mod. It's just how they did it. But
Yeah,
either way, and it's free in special edition. So, but either way, yeah, it adds scaling to the diseases. And if Whitbane gets all the way to its top, your magicka just doesn't recover anymore. If rattles get there, your stamina no longer recovers. It's all stupid shit like that. Brown Rot makes your armor do 75% less protection. Ataxia makes 75% harder on pickpocketing. Rock going to 75% less damage with all melee weapons.
Ugh.
Gutworm is stamina
Stealth
regeneration
Archer.
increased by
Here we go.
75%. Yeah, basically. It's the only thing not effective, weirdly enough.
Hello.
All things return to Stealth Archer.
Well, I still found it funny. I was saying to Fred, if you saw that, I don't remember what it was
Stealth
called,
Archer
but
for life.
that fucking very Elder Scrolls type game that came out a while back, like the Arthur one or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
Literally in the
Oh,
description,
yeah,
they're talking
yeah.
about,
I played
we have a
that. It's really good.
super freeform class system, and you can make whatever you want. You can make like a berserker who casts magic, or you know, a fucking like a warrior that is super speedy.
Stealth Archer.
Or yeah, and then finally, or for all you Stealth Archer fans, Stealth Archer is here and here to stay. Like, they're just like, they know what they're on about.
They leaned into the bit.
So,
I have played it. It is very good.
I heard.
The armor's, the gear also looks really cool as fuck too.
Good luck,
So
Hayes.
what that is.
yeah, I was about to say, so I came in at an interesting minute. What game?
Well, we were on about technically.
I forget what it's called.
Stealth Archer, you know the game.
Yeah, everybody knows Stealth
Stealth
Archer.
Archer.
It's that very similar, yeah, open world Elder Scrolls-esque game that came out. But either way, they made a terrible Stealth Archer joke because they know perfectly well Stealth Archer.
Oh, I believe it's Tainted Grail.
Yeah, that's it. Tainted Grail follows.
Tainted Grail, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, either way, yeah, that Stealth Archer joke was a thing. Because as the joke goes, every time you go to play Skyrim, you start, oh, I'm going to be, you know, a heavy armored punchy man, or I'm going to be a true mage, and then you get 5 minutes in, and because the beginning of Skyrim is suffering, it inevitably turns into Stealth Archer. All roads lead to Stealth Archer. The funny thing is, as most people will point out, Skyrim is not a hard game, but the first few levels are actually kind of difficult. So that's why a lot of them turn into Stealth Archer, because you don't want to get hit by 2 bandits at once or you will die. Especially if you leave, if you don't mod out enemies being able to do the kill moves, because if you get below fucking like 50% health, any random enemy can just instantly kill you, because... Yeah.
Or
Wow.
Yeah, but
Oh,
fighting
yeah.
dragons at low levels is a goddamn death sentence.
Fair enough.
Fighting dragons at high level also becomes a problem because high level dragons, the very top tier one they added much later because they weren't originally in the game, but the one they added later on, those ones have way too much HP. Give me one, I'll quickly
I was
go.
about to say Ancient Dragons too, but I wasn't sure.
Ancient might have been the original. I have to see if that's the one they upgraded to. So dragons, blood dragons, skeletal dragons, frost dragons, elder dragons, ancient dragons, serpentine dragons were on Solstheim. No, then there's the ones they added later. They added in Dawnguard the revered dragon and the legendary dragon, and legendary dragons start at 78.
Nice.
Oh god.
Ooh.
They have base 4,000 HP.
Holy
Yeah.
That's just cruel.
Oh, it's worse than it sounds, because, like, for context, the original highest level ones were the Ancient Dragons, as they stated, which are level 45 and only at 3,000 HP.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they're a thing. Amusingly, I don't think they have armor, because I don't think any animal in Skyrim has armor. And dragons are technically animals, which is why that one perk that lets you pierce armor is actually kind of worthless in that game. Because everything strong enough doesn't wear armor.
This is why I know the secret way to kill any problem in Skyrim.
Console command?
I was whether to be flash kill command.
I was going for the same joke there. And no, the actual answer is pile your fucking stealth kill modifiers on so you do like 10,000 damage out of stealth.
All that crit damage.
Well, I don't remember what the highest you can get to in Skyrim, because I don't think it's the highest in the franchise, because I believe that's Fallout 4 for like Bethesda in general. And funny story, Bethesda
I
is
believe the highest times number is, I believe, 16 times.
I thought it was 25. If you do with that dagger with the bonus, all the perks.
Excuse me.
And everything.
You are
Fallout
excused.
gets to like 30 something, I think, if you pile, but Fallout is even funnier because you have to get the perks in the right order in Fallout 4, or it doesn't, if they don't pile on top of each other correctly. Because Bethesda games are buggy in the weirdest of ways.
Yeah.
Because it's
Little janky.
it's Mr. Sandman the perk, it's Deacon's companion perk if you make him like you enough, and I can never remember what the last one is, but yeah. Oh, I think it's Ghost or Ninja or whatever the other perk is, but you have to get them in the right order, and I can never remember which it is, or they will not multiply correctly. Because, yeah.
I have a question for, since we've all probably played Skyrim.
Willie hasn't, but everyone else here has.
Yay!
What has been like the weirdest glitch you've seen, like in game, like experiencing it, not on YouTube?
It's been way too long since I played it. I don't remember much.
Corpse freaking out inside and hitting every single thing off of every table and making it basically turn into a fucking tornado of items inside.
Oh, I love those. I got one.
I mean, I've also had the ever classic falling through the floor and getting stretched into oblivion because you like partly clip through the floor and then your model freaks out.
Yeah. I got hit by a troll at like 30,000 feet in the air, and the worst part is I hit the edge of the mountain and survived.
The funny thing is,
only to get picked up by a dragon and die.
Good job. But that isn't a bug.
My
They
favorite
were
was
contemplating fixing it, and then they never did because everyone complained that they liked that bug. But the reason that happens with giants is technically it is working correctly, because the way Skyrim works is when you die, a physics force is imparted to you equal to the amount of excess damage the hit did that killed you. Giants hit so hard, they do thousands of excess damage and vault you into the stratosphere. The thing is, there's supposed to be a cap. There isn't on the giant weapons for some godforsaken reason, so that's what sends you to the stratosphere. Everything else in the game is properly capped. But then people are like, well, we like that bug, so they never fixed it.
I got one that just kind of set the tone of my whole playthrough. It was when it early Xbox 360. I go to play the game. I go up to Whiterun, and I'm coming up the road, and there's like that carriage that like says like, "Hey."
Where it freaks out and fucking like did the vile thing.
What the fuck is
No, it just slowly raised like Jesus.
Oh. Yeah, I've seen that happen before. Dude, the cart was so buggy on launch.
It just like went up like 15 feet in the air, and I thought it was Jesus' cart, and I was just got my little brother, my little stepbrother, because he loves Skyrim and Bethesda games. He's just like, look, it is the Jesus cart, and we were like, yes, praise be.
Bo, you were gonna say, Fred?
Most of the ones where the carts are like flipping all over the place are because a lot of modders have changed it so the carts are moving and physics objects, not just technically a static physics object.
Well, they're not even that. If I remember quite correctly, they're technically an NPC. Weirdly enough, carts are a cursed monstrosity behind the scenes. There's a reason they don't do moving things in those games.
Okay.
Oh, dude, and
that was weird.
the funniest one that has to do with the carts I've seen, I don't know if it was a modded playthrough, but it was one I watched where a similar scenario, except as soon as he loaded in from a save, like, into the world, like, the world rendered the cart at, like really, really high, like 50 feet in the air. Cart falls down. Horse dies along with the cart guy, and then, like, everyone just goes hostile on the guy, and he's like, I just got in!
Yeah, no, dude, for anyone who played Skyrim on launch, you remember the warnings not to use the carts because they had a nasty tendency to bug out when you were using them and fucking kill you, or worse in various ways, including soft blocking your game and other shit?
Okay.
Carts were a goddamn danger when that game came out.
Yeah, I never used them to begin with. I always just ran everywhere.
No, there is a good reason to. If you're trying to quickly get to, fuck, I always forget its name, the capital of the Empire side. And technically the capital of Skyrim in general. It's not Whiterun, because that's the one you visit at first.
Dawn Star? No.
No, Dawnstar is the mage one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Well, I don't remember, but either way.
The capital.
Yes. It's easier to run to Whiterun and then just teleport to the capital with a cart. Because going up there naturally is awful. That's one of the worst walks in the game, and nobody likes doing it. So most people are just like, fuck it, I'm just going to go up there and deal with it that way, because fuck walking up there naturally.
Yeah.
I did.
Was it town?
So
have I.
like doing it.
Was that town the same one where the Imperial made their main base?
Yes, the capital is
Solitude is where the Imperials are. Yes.
Oh, it is
So,
Solitude is what it is? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where all the Imperial dudes were at.
Well, yeah, that's why people go there so early, because they don't go do the main story, they go to trigger the Imperial Civil War immediately and join the Imperials. And then go and
Because
bitch slap
joining the other side is terrible.
Yes.
He's a terrible leader. And a person.
He is. Well, and I still love that you find out later on that you can find notes that make it very clear he's just a Thalmor patsy. He doesn't know it, but he is. They literally set him up to hate the Empire and set him up to be a rebel and shit. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was just looking at Steam. There's a demo for a new fucking multiplayer, like, spaceship game that I want to look at sometime in the next few days, because I just saw the
What is it called?
pop up. Jump Ship.
Jump it.
It's in the trending free section.
The trial?
It's a demo, but yeah, it's called Jump Ship.
Oh, that's level 50. Never mind.
Good job. I just remembered while I was looking, I was like, that actually looks good, and I want to see if it even runs half not terribly.
I can't play Crisis.
God damn it.
Oh, Willie doesn't know. Willie doesn't know.
Willie doesn't know.
Really doesn't
God,
know.
do you remember it
Good
wasn't
runs
even
for
playing the
access.
game? You remember when it was that stupid fucking tech demo they did on it that would bring computers to their fucking knees with the fucking, like, water physics and the ball falling and shit, and it was
Yeah, remember
and that
my
still
old...
dragged people's computers to their fucking knees.
I remember my 9800 GT after upgrading. Oh. Times.
It was
With a single fan.
God, that fucking fucking next gen tech demo, yeah, it was a thing. Oh yeah, right, that was why Crisis had such problems. I forgot about that. It was designed before we started doing multi-core. It was designed for low core count, but ridiculously high clock speeds, like 7 gigahertz plus clock speeds. So modern computers still have issues with Crisis. Because modern computers don't do that now. We multi-core because we realized trying to run that high of a clock speed was stupid.
Yeah.
Here we are working our way back up to the clock speed.
I know.
This is what you were talking about?
What?
No, Stephanie, I'm not beating that level 50.
Oh,
You can't make me.
Yeah.
Kill the bugs.
Either way, I don't need to do the whole stuff. Yeah, that is the right
Amazing.
Oh, why is it?
Don't try and watch the videos on Steam. They're all fucking up in the chat.
Oh, this is jump ship? Ooh, looks cool.
It does. That's why I thought, and I was like, I want to look at that. I mean, we also have to play more fucking Void shit, but...
Void Crew.
Because it got the update, and I want to play more of it, but we've never had, like, 4 people or more here at one time who want to play it, and when they aren't doing other things, so we never do it, and we're like, ah!
We need time to do it.
I know!
What the?
Abilities getting in the way. But yeah. We will at some point, but I do also want to see if jump ship is anything, but it looks interesting. I'm not surprised it's climbing up there. I am surprised that Stellar Blade is that low in the top sellers, honestly. It is currently the bottom one in the team top sellers, at least on like the main page of the thing. Because it's being beaten by Deltarune, which is not surprising because it just came out today.
I was about to say, yeah, Deltarune. For some reason, I thought that game's been out.
No, the first 2 chapters were out. It's been being in basically early access for years now. But either way, Dune Awakening, which comes out in a couple days. Counter-Strike 2, Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, Elden Ring Night Rain, Sylvester Deck, which is hilarious. Oblivion Remastered, Dead by Daylight, Claire Obscura, and then finally Stellar Blade.
I'm so surprised Dead by Daylight's still going.
Have you seen how many crossovers they've had at this point? It's not gonna die. What was the most recent one? I don't even remember. Oh, right. Right. It's fucking Five Nights at Freddy's was the last crossover.
Oh, awesome.
I'd play it. I'd play it once if they added a Velociraptor.
I'm legitimately shocked they haven't. They could just easily do Jurassic Park and just do, like, just call the killer Clever Girl. Like, it's so easy.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Oh, I'm a clever girl. Let me rip your face off.
But yeah, I don't fucking know, man. I don't even know what they're all at this point. Castlevania, Tomb Raider, D&D, which I think was Vecna, All Things Wicked, Alan... Oh, right, they did Alan Wake. I forgot about that. Because Alan was the new survivor in that case.
Huh.
Yeah. Weirdly enough, no killer to go with him, which is funny, because that would have been a really easy one to do, because they could have just done, fuck, in American Nightmare he called himself Mr. Scratch, wasn't it?
Yes.
Because I believe he switched to just Scratch by the time of 2. But yeah, either way, it's... Oh yeah, the Nicolas Cage chapter path, because that was a thing. Alien, Stranger Things, Chucky, Resident Evil, Sadako Rising, so The Ring. Actually, there were 2 Resident Evils. I don't even know what some of these are. Halloween, Nightmare on Elm Street, Ash vs. Evil Dead, Saw, Leatherface, Ghostface, Silent Hill. Yeah, no, they've done so many at this point, it's absurd. The second top review right now, the dude has 2,400 hours, and it used to play this game for fun. Now I mainly play it because I hate myself and I deserve the suffering. The top review is this game is like a toxic ex with a PhD in gaslighting. It disconnects, it cheats, it ruins your life, but then it hits you with just enough fun to make you say, maybe they've changed. Spoiler, they haven't. You're still stuck in the same emotional roller coaster, just with worse ping. You hate it, you love it, you're crying at 4 a.m. holding snacks you don't remember buying. Solid 10 out of 10, would suffer again.
Jesus Christ.
What game is this?
Dead by Daylight.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excellent game if you're a horror fan. Never engage with the community in any fashion. It's as bad, if not worse, than League of Legends.
Yeah.
Oh my god, the first negative one I see. And this man has 3,600 hours in it, not recommended. Dead by Daylight is not a game. It is a cosmic punishment sent by indifferent gods to remind humanity of its insignificance. Booting it up is like willingly inserting your face to a malfunctioning wood chipper. Nothing makes sense. Hitboxes defy physics. Perks do not function unless you chant in Latin. Killers phase through walls like demonic glitches. Survivors collapse into puddles of incompetence in the moment a heartbeat sounds. Every match is a dissertation in disappointment. A Shakespearean tragedy written by drunken raccoons on fire. You don't play Dead by Daylight. You endure it. Like a
Sounds about
prisoner
right.
endures solitary confinement, counting the cracks in the wall until madness becomes your only friend. Updates break more than they fix. A perpetual motion machine of failure. Pallets fly away into the sky. Generators burst into flames because a moth sneezed on them. Flashlights either stun the killer or open a black hole on the map. No in between. 2 times feel longer than the lifespan of stars.
For people that aren't Willy, I don't think this is how chairs work.
As a reward for surviving, what did it fix?
Yeah, he moved, so...
Well,
Damn
more blood
I barely
points
saw
you
what
can
you-
suffer again,
Is this
and
still
again.
going?
This game has personally lowered my IQ. My dreams are skill checks now. My hands tremble when I hear the entity's noise. If Dante had known about Dead by Daylight, there would have been a 10th circle of hell, and this would have been the only thing playing. I would rather be force-fed glass by a rabid moose than ever installed in corrupt, festering, soul-devouring sadness and never
Holy
again.
fuck. Yeah, we're not fighting this.
Daylight isn't a horror game. It's a warning. A cursed artifact. It screams into the void, and the void screams back.
I
God.
think that was.
Jesus
I'm pretty
Christ.
sure that review came from a drunk IGN employee. Like that makes no sense.
No, it makes lots of sense.
No,
I
no, no, this
understand
is
him
way too
entirely.
articulate for an IGN employee, bro.
That's funny.
That review is art. That is hilarious.
That review was art.
Yeah. I mean,
I think-
it's almost spot on, too.
If that
He's
man
also
wore,
right.
if that man had a hat on while he was writing that review, I guarantee you he turned that cat back.
No, he was
Neither.
wearing no, he put on an old fucking detective's hat. He put on
Either-
a classic fucking like
If
detective.
he found a
coat.
way to move it backwards, he found a way to move it backwards. That's all.
He put on
Or
a
he,
detective
or it
filter
was
and
made
a-
out of tinfoil.
No, he put on a detective.
Definitely
coat and somehow
tinfoil.
A fucking old cigarillo just appeared in his mouth, and his computer turned into a typewriter.
Yes.
AI transition.
Fuck. They're so mean to him.
Ooh.
Stephanie, she just commented that poor Blue is currently suffering in the bathroom. The fuck?
The mouth.
You know,
The
I will admit.
The man's
after
already
playing-
dying. Let him die in peace.
Yeah.
Man's committing chili bowl on his fucking toilet. Let him have some dignity.
It's seppuku.
I still wonder if once Dune Awakening comes out, how it'll handle once enough people are in it. Because I remember when people were doing like the early playtest, they did enjoy it a lot. But don't know.
Is this like an open survival MMO crafting game kind of thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Valheim or Conan, but even more MMO-ish. but fully Dune. Like, you are going to spend the first while trying not to die of fucking thirst because your still suit will barely keep you alive.
We all know the truth, Stephanie. We all know the truth.
So
And
it's
if
like,
you know your...
kind of sounds like if Ark and Conan had a.
It's
Love
more
child.
Conan and other stuff, but no. It's from all accounts, the survival is actually difficult, but it's Dune. It should be. And from all accounts, for people who played it early, you're gonna have to learn to walk without rhythm.
Is there
The
any
worm
like,
will murder
new-
your ass.
in the universe
Fred,
of
you
Dune?
did see a bit of it. You did see a bit
Yeah.
of people play. Yeah. If you do not walk without rhythm, the worm will find you, and you will die. You aren't
And your
getting a
buggy
fucking...
is not fast enough for the worm.
It is not.
The worm take all. I never seen any of the Dune. I never seen any of the Dune movies yet, or read the
You
books.
really should. Both the books and the movies are very good.
I believe the
also-
newer movies are
They
I
did a
mean,
better
the
job.
old ones are a classic for being fucking weird. But yes, if you want like an actual adaptation, yes, the Villeneuve movies are very good. The third one isn't out yet, but the first two are very good. There are people who are like, there's differences from the books, but I mean, on the whole, they're still very much the spirit of the books. Everything is as true as it needs to be, basically.
Okay.
But yeah. But either way, yeah, no. Learn to walk without rhythm, or or Arrakis will teach you why it is the scariest planet in the universe.
Is there any natural body of water on that planet?
No.
Somewhere.
No, because the worms don't get water from that, because it's kind of half the life there and half the spice itself sort of creates the water. Arrakis is a weird. And that is like an in-universe thing, like the explanation to how Arrakis ended up the way it is one of the running myths.
Damn.
Also, don't expect to be using guns a lot, because the game made sure Dune shields work the way Dune shields work.
I don't know what that means.
Yes, spiders.
If you shoot a shield in Dune,
The spider.
they explode. And when I say
Oh.
they explode, I mean they go off in a tiny nuke. Or a not so tiny nuke as it is if you're close enough to shoot somebody with a gun.
The shield.
Yes.
yes.
So they block things that go too fast. So as a result, everyone does knife fighting there. Very slow and careful knife fighting.
Oh,
You
so
have to put it through just slow enough that it goes through the shield, but fast enough that you get it past their block.
So a lot of precision moves.
Yes.
Cool.
Jesus.
Dune is a very particular universe. There's a reason it's one of the most influential sci-fi anythings. Like, I've said it before. The God Emperor concept that 40k would lean into comes from Dune. No,
That
half
actually
of the
makes
whole,
sense, yeah.
half of the whole, like, psychicness and weird mutant stuff running, like, the spaceships, that's all Dune. The Dune had the, I don't think they were called navigators in Dune. I'm forgetting their names.
Yes, they are.
They were navigators there, too?
Yes.
Fair, but
They're
either way, yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, well, they like the spice, and it lets them do weird psychic-y bullshit that lets them navigate space, and it's very strange.
I don't know if I should be impressed or mortified.
Well,
Oh.
Stephanie just said, speaking of spiders, because she saw me killing the spiders in the game, her dad used to have a tarantula named Scooby-Doo. What the fuck?
tarantulas always get the weirdest
Please
names.
tell me it was furry, brown, and spotted. It's the only way I will accept this.
Yeah.
Load the save I want to load.
What are you trying to do?
Yeah.
I'm trying to
I- I-
load a particular save, but it doesn't want to let me load it.
Mm.
Because I don't know what the fuck you're playing at the moment. I assume it's an out of Steam game because I don't see you playing anything on Steam.
How many times have you typed that word in for it to autocorrect, Stephanie? Jesus. Apparently she meant to just... No, she just meant to type in Scooby and it autocorrected to Scooby-Doo.
Oh. Enough.
禁忌目録を犯しているって感じでもないし 人口が増えた結果起こった弊害かもな。
ひとまず私たちでその狩人と
I don't know, Stephanie. Your autocorrect says otherwise.
天職を与えた人物が分かれば解決できるかもしれません。私も同意見です。由々しき行為です。
その狩人ってのは普段はどこに？おそらく狩り場だろう。もしくは、おっと。
No, but yeah, just to say, the only problem with Dune is the last few, dude got fucking weird, and some of his weirdness slipped into the books, and never read any of the books written by his son. The sequel/prequel series to Dune is awful.
Is he like dead now and his son's trying to finish it? Or
Oh,
is it
well, there was meant to be more, but his son just went on to well, his son and somebody else. Brian Herbert's the one currently writing, that's his son. But it's Brian Herbert and someone else, I can never remember who. Mostly because the fucking later Dune books, Brian's books suck. So I don't know how it keeps going and how he sells enough that people keep publishing them, but
oh, come on, Zach. He's doing his best he can.
I don't care. even the weirder bits of fucking Frank Herbert's fucking books were still better. Oh, it's Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson are the current one. And
He's
no,
keeping-
Brian's still alive. He's 77.
We're keeping
But yeah,
his
Frank
father's
died
legacy.
In Frank died in 1986, so he's been dead for a while. He died at 65. But there's a lot of things in those books you can tell were of the time they were made in, and other things about Herbert just being a weirdo in general. And also him being bitter about one of his sons. No, seriously, it's in the third and fourth book. One of his sons came out gay as him back in like the 70s, so you can tell how well that went. Herbert disowned him, and you can clearly tell he was still bitter about it in the later books, because there's several weird canons about it.
It's just fucking went off and was like, so anyways.
Oh, dude, the last book is infamous for its weird tangents. There's at least one where, yeah, it tangents off about how weird the gays are. There's this one tangent where someone is watching, I believe it's Duncan, Idaho, climb a cliff and basically is saying that he's so sexy climbing the cliff she just came from watching it. Dude was weird, and the last book got extra weird. And for the record, this isn't just like a short passage, it's like 3 solid pages of this shit. And I'm just like, what the hell is wrong with you, Herbert?
Everything and all.
Man, it was weird. He's got his freak going on.
Oh yeah, no, the last book, it's clear fucking Herbert went full weird. It's still an interesting enough read to read, but you will occasionally hit the moments where you hit the like, what the fuck am I reading now?
This is not the same book I started with.
No,
he was watching that cable corn. He was watching that cable corn, if you know what I'm saying, while he was writing that book. He got weird. It's a thing. I can't wait to love Star Wars. You mean Star Wars? Yeah.
Downloaded the wrong one.
Oh no, it's the right one.
It's fucking degenerate.
No, that's what he was doing, not me.
Good cover.
I would never rent such words.
Good job.
Now Hayes is like, damn it, I said too much.
No, then I'm just like a weirdly, really, really odd, like one of those old like VHS tapes you'd find at a yard sale, and you like go to watch it. It turns out to be like, freaking who knows what.
Yeah, because it was taped over.
That's how, not me, but
I think the best ones are still the stories you hear about someone taping over their fucking wedding day.
No, the funnier ones are when like a buddy's parents, when he was really little, this is what he told me. His little brother went to get the little Thomas and Tank Engine VHS tape. They got taped over from mommy and daddy making their own video.
Oh my god. Not look at the fucking case when they grabbed it. Oh.
Mommy, where's my trains? Well, somebody's running a train.
Thomas was just trying to deliver something.
Can I say, even just sort of relevant to that, can I say I find it funny for people who, like, have never seen, like, the original Thomas the Tank Engine, have no idea how dark the original could get at times.
It was so
God,
bad.
it was so dark.
I think the worst is still that one for basically trying to unionize that got fucking walled up for daring to want better for the trains.
I remember that one, yeah.
Yeah, and like, man, that one was fucked up. Look at what happens if you unionize. Look at what we have to do to you.
This is what you get.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Sucks
Yeah.
too, because if you kind of like think about it, like the Cosby Show wasn't that weird or bad, but then like after you figured out, yeah, and then after you know
What
what
made you
Cosby,
think about that, though?
no, just like old television show.
Oh,
just 'cause
okay, just that. Okay, fair,
kid
but-
shows in general, like because like Cosby had like a few like kid shows.
Yes. Look, there's only like one show I trust to stay forever fucking pristine and never to be hated, and it's Mr. Rogers.
I was going to say Mr. Rogers, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Rogers, really? I thought he was.
No, Mr.
No,
Rogers, no one has ever found anything bad
No.
to say about him. Everyone who knew him in person said he was exactly the same Offset the way he was Offset.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was also.
Oh, there's also Mr. Dress Up.
I
Yeah.
was going to say, for Canadians, Mr. Dressup, yes, and he was also an understudy to Mr. Rogers back when Mr. Rogers started in Canada.
Yeah.
Can I say I equate like Mr. Rogers to like the child version of Bob Ross in a sense, like you'd watch it any time of day.
Yeah.
Bob Ross was just a very sad man.
He was.
Which is why, well...
He had such a good experience.
I mean, yeah, it was good reasoning for why he was sad, but it was still sad.
Yeah.
He painted happy little clowns.
Yes, and that was his desperate attempt to run away from his life, but yeah.
I need an escape from reality.
Got kicked out of
Picks
the
up
army,
paintbrush with
from the
camera.
military.
But yeah.
Ultimately, his enjoyment in life was much over.
Yeah. Thankfully, fucking Mr. Rogers never had anything bad happen to him, because he survived to 74. Also, it's famous for being basically the only reason PBS survived, because he literally went to fucking Congress when they were threatening to cut PBS's funding and gave them a speech and got PBS's funding increased instead.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's one of the most famous moments, because yeah, his in 1969 testimony in defense of public programming. It's like an hour and a half long speech where he basically makes it 100% clear why he does what he does and what they will destroy if they take it away, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't fucking do it.
Back when they still had some modicum of heart.
They probably could do it now.
Yeah.
Without a second
It's
thought.
just-
they can do it.
yeah, no,
Oh,
no shit.
Disney executives would
Tell
listen
me
to
I'm
his.
wrong.
Disney executives would listen to his speech for 5 minutes and then just like take the cigarette out of their mouth and just crush it on some
I'll be
baby's
honest,
head. They don't care.
That's
Depends. I swear to God, it depends on the Disney executive. Disney has the most schizophrenic C-suite I've ever seen.
the wishy-washy.
Well, yeah, they've got some people who try to hold on to old Disney, although I mean, you're also dealing with the fact that you're dealing with a whitewashed version of what Walt was actually like.
Yeah.
He wasn't a completely terrible person, but he was a very complex person. But
Did he hit the juice too?
No, drugs were never any of his thing, but...
Jews. You said Jews.
Oh, Jews? No, he never cared much about them.
Walt?
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, he hated
no.
Jews.
I thought he
that-
hated somebody. Like
No, he
Real
just
bad.
generally hated everybody, but no.
That's true.
Rude.
No, most of those things of people
Respectable.
calling him, like, famously an anti-Semite or the like are mostly just rumors started after he died.
Fair.
He wasn't particularly good in general towards anybody, and he wasn't great towards minorities, but he didn't like hate anyone in particular. He was just
He
kind
just
of
had a
vengeful.
general dislike for
I was
everybody.
about to say, well, that because he's a complete perfectionist, and anyone who couldn't see his vision, he
Well-
was absolutely having problems with.
Well,
Yes,
well,
that's
you
what
also,
led to
you also
Epcot.
can't touch my vision. It's fine.
Well, yes, again, that's what led to Epcot and his desperate attempts to, because he felt he wasn't doing enough in the world, and he didn't want to be remembered as the man who made a mouse, so he tried to make Epcot, and then he died of cancer.
So he became
yeah,
remembered
that-
as the man who made
Yeah,
the
that
mouse.
would be-
Never really took
Yep.
off.
Well, even
Yeah,
if had
this-
Epcot taken off, it would have been a fucking disaster.
And this
Holy
man,
shit.
freaking, like, even his brother, like, he didn't necessarily screw over his brother, but he definitely didn't make his
Oh.
brother life any easier.
Oh, him and Roy fucking got in many, many arguments. And even literally as he was about to die, there are famous bits about him yelling about how Roy was trying to screw him over because because it was towards the end, because he was talking about Epcot to several other people, and he's like, Roy has always been down on Epcot. Roy is out to stop me from doing it. He's out to get me. And then, yeah, that wasn't immediately when he died, because he died like a week later. But like, man, that dude was unhinged towards the end.
And the thing is like Roy was the one that backed him at the start of
Oh,
his whole
absolutely.
journey. And yet he
Again,
always
Walt was mildly insane. I was going to say, for anyone who hasn't watched it, for the best YouTube series, I want to go watch all of Defunct Land's fucking shit on everything Disney. That man has done way too many videos on Disney and Walt in particular, and he's gotten very detailed about it. As people pointed out, they're outright documentaries at this point, because
Yeah.
that man makes
Almost a
hour
little
and half
creepy
long
how
videos.
accurate.
Well,
like
he
how
calls it. He's accurately a documentarian. His last few like hour-long videos are documentaries. Like they just are. I don't know
Fair.
what else to call them.
I mean, if they fit the
what is it?
description.
what are hardcore Disney fans called? Didn't they have like a nickname or something?
They've had lots over the years.
I think the most prominent one that stuck around was being part of Mickey's Empire.
Yeah.
But anyway,
They've had lots over
I
the
mean,
years.
we've
Yeah,
all
but-
seen the meme pictures of, instead of the First Order, it was Mickey's face on the banners.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Like I said, Disney C-Suite is bizarre. Because, yeah, they have the ones who, like I said, are trying to live up to what they felt Walt was. And then you do have the classic fucking MBAs with no morals that just want money and everything in between. And as a result, Disney is a horrifyingly schizophrenic company that fucking does weird shit all the fucking time. Disney
like-
can't decide what it wants to be.
they made that Lilo and Stitch movie look like shit.
I will stand. I understand why people dislike it. I also understand what the director was going for.
Yeah, I still
Is-
want to see
is-
it.
I just wanted a wishy-washy happy ending that's not realistic at all.
Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, but that's the original Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah, that's what I wanted. I want to escape reality, not understand how miserable it is.
In fairness, I mean,
Christ.
they get a pretty happy ending as things go for a nominally realistic version. Because I mean, yeah, like the ending is makes it clear they're never going to separate really. And frankly, I feel like, well, it does fuck up a lot of people because of their childhood. I will say anyone who's forced to be the sibling who had to raise their child, I think they can all sympathize with the concept of having their life royally fucked up by having to raise a sibling.
That's, yeah, true. I feel like
Yeah.
one that's a bit over the top was the fucking the Gallaghers. What was that show called?
Oh,
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
yeah, but I don't remember its name off the top of my head. I know what you're referring to.
Fuck, what was it? Shameless.
Oh, yes.
I feel like that's a pretty good representation of how far things can go off the rails.
To put it mildly. Also, I will say,
Currently-
well, the Lilo and Stitch live action is getting mixed reviews at the moment. It's the third highest grossing film this year thus far.
Yeah, exactly. So let's say
The
a
only
lot
things
of.
that have
Not
beaten
gonna
it
lie.
are the Minecraft movie and a Chinese movie by the name of Neja 2.
I
has
actually want to
made-
see that.
Oh,
billion thus far. For context, the Minecraft movie.
I mean, that's not fair though, because there's so many people in China.
I know. Why do you think everyone
I'm
likes
pretty sure
releasing
the
their movies
fucking-
there?
And I'm pretty sure, what's his face? The Chinese government forced people to go watch the fucking movie.
Oh, probably.
Part of their curfew.
Almost assuredly, yeah. It is.
Government mandated movie time, idiots.
It is.
Come, children. Come hither.
It is a thing.
Oh yeah, Zach, I'm playing fucking Uma Musume.
Oh dear lord.
These rates are brutal, bro. Jesus.
They are. Dude, it's like you're doing actual horse gambling.
It's no. This is like worse than FGO. Goddamn.
It's close, but it's not quite there. I don't remember.
Hold on. I need to see.
I do find it because
Look at
FGO
these-
is the only one that got so bad it had to be sued back into fucking normalcy by the Japanese
Normalcy?
government. Well, because FGO was worse before the Japanese government told them to cut that shit out.
Stop.
Hilariously, when it released on Steam, the very girly fashion Gasha Infinity Nikki got so bad because they redid the whole game that it got almost as bad as fucking peak FGO bad. Which is why it has fucking terrible reviews on Steam because they fucking took it from a very good game to fucking awful in an instant.
Jesus Christ.
Literally, the patch for the release on Steam just like fucked the game in every way imaginable. They completely redid the tutorial story to make it all fucked up and like it like starts in a super dark point like halfway through the story. The gacha rates got worse. They removed all the free currencies almost like they slowed down the free currencies. I should say. It's fucking awful. It's a thing. They upped the number of pieces per outfit, so you have to get even more pieces, and it's just like, oh dear lord. Yeah, no, it peaks to the point where the Chinese have gone, this is too fucking greedy, cut your shit.
No more. Stop.
Yeah, that says how greedy they got. They made the Chinese say a gacha game went too far. And that takes effort if you know how much money the Chinese are willing to throw at goddamn gacha games.
They like gambling. What can you
Oh my
say?
god.
So yeah, it was a thing.
This is the most Floridian story I've heard in a minute. Man arrested because he single-handedly exchanged semen samples in his local fraternity, like planned pregnant. You know, like the place where they help you get pregnant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So essentially, he just
or
like
anything of the sort. Yes.
yeah. So essentially, he was able to mix up 80% of inventory in his gene pool.
Good job.
I see.
I think I heard about that, but yeah.
Man wanted to create his own army.
He's literally trying to recreate the Vince Vaughn movie.
Yes, come with me, child soldiers.
I mean, it's fucked up that they didn't notice it in time, but thankfully they do test that before they ever use it, so it never would have worked. But still, what the fuck?
Yes.
I want child support.
Can you imagine that?
No, but he will have to take damages to everyone who gave their sperm, especially if they can't anymore. Because a lot of places like that, they also do like storage for people who, for one reason or another, won't be able to anymore.
Yeah.
It's for a number of things, but yeah, they'll take eggs or sperm, either or, and store it because.
Isn't it harder for them to store eggs versus?
No, eggs are the easier one. Sperm is harder too.
Just slap it in the freezer,
He's not joking.
I know. It's just
that's what they do for long-term storage.
the simplicity of it is still funny as shit, and this man's frozen place.
It's not like your normal everyday freezer.
Yeah, the problem with it, the reason sperm's harder is that eggs are like a thing. They're like a physical, like they are the start of the baby. Sperm's just protein, so it's really easy to fuck that up. So they have to freeze them in a very particular way.
Dude, I don't know why. I don't know why, but my degenerate,
talking
stupid.
Because
Yeah.
I was waiting for
Well,
somebody
no,
to ask.
I just had a really.
I'm the one that's asking this. I'm the one that's like, says the shit.
Hayes started it.
I did, but it did be too. But anyway, I'm gonna finish off this thought because I just had a thought.
Oh,
Just the way you phrased it, of it like just like popping it in the freezer. It's just like, what if like some person like grabbed it thinking it was like Dippin' Dots or something?
What the fuck? Dude,
That's
you need to wrangle your intrusive thoughts, my guy. Jesus Christ.
Nah. They're too strong.
I'm gonna fucking change the name of this stream to Sword Art Online and Health Ed.
Let's teach the kids health education.
No, don't be like
I
those
mean,
Minecraft
look, to be
YouTubers.
entirely blunt, considering the number of things I've heard from people I personally know who apparently got too little sex ed, I think a lot of people could use it.
Yeah, fair.
Look, let me put it this way. I have had to tell plural women, like multiple women in my life, that they have 3 holes down there.
Huh?
I've known multiple women who think they pee out of the hole you put it in.
That's amazing.
I was like,
That
where
is
are
a
you going
not
with this?
a regular thing I have had to
Oh.
tell people.
We live in questionable times, people.
It kills me that has come up because like and like it has
I just
been,
work here.
it has come up like it has come up on conversations where people are talking like legitimately like I've had a couple conversations where like yeah my sex ed wasn't that bad and I'd be like oh really.
Yeah,
I'd be like are you gonna
Please tell me,
reveal?
what do you
yeah,
remember?
please recite it.
Please
Yeah,
explain.
then they start saying shit like they do get to shit like that. They'd be like, "Yeah, your sex ed was fucking terrible." Because clearly you don't know how you're all shit laid out.
That's when a teacher like comes in and goes like, okay, listen here, girls actually just have one single hole. It's like a cloaca, okay?
Oh
It
god.
just sorts itself out.
The biggest problem is they don't do
Like my field
stuff
trip
with like
there.
sex ed anymore where like the banana and the condom in class. They don't do that shit anymore because too many people complained it was offensive.
Oh, well, dude, it wasn't even that. People fucking like.
Dude, like
That's been getting
I think
collected
just to prove a
forever.
point in health ed, I actually had to grab a condom. I put my whole entire fucking fist to my fucking elbow.
Yeah, no.
And
the
like,
teacher
yeah,
did
yeah,
that, but either way.
yeah. I was like, yes, this is too small for your penis.
Teacher brought the
This is
Magnum
too
double
small.
XLs.
Well, the problem is, and I'll say this right now, and it is true.
man.
The problem with that one is that did lead to actual problems because they are right. You can get it to stretch, but some people do legitimately need to buy bigger ones. Like there are sizes of condoms for a reason.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But,
But people like to the point like, oh my god, it's like
yeah, it's almost nobody. Basically nobody has one
right?
so large that like the upper sized ones you can buy won't fit. But there are people who like do get the point where like yeah, the teachers are like, oh, any condom will fit you, it'll be fine, and it'd be like, no, some people do
No.
need to buy the larger ones.
There's a reason.
Not the break.
No comment.
Somebody
No comment.
from this stream. Somebody from this stream.
Look at what you're
will
doing
do
to him. You're
this.
killing
Go
him.
to the gas
And
station.
yeah, and this is when we get reported.
Go to the gas station, get a fucking Trojan Magnum, take it home. And they're gonna try and fit it on their dick, and it fucking fits like a wet trash bag.
Which is funny because Trojan Magnums aren't even on like the high end of size. They're like the second
no,
size up.
like
Yeah.
double X black or some bullshit.
Jesus Christ.
Because despite the name, Trojan Magnums are only like a tiny bit bigger than the normal sized ones. But yeah, I just that they're named that. Just makes me feel better.
So just so you're aware, Willie, just to make this is conversation, just to dig deeper. Sizes.
You really?
Either for small, it's called snug. 45 to 52 millimeters.
Jesus Christ.
It's
Regular.
short, but girthy.
Regular or average.
What is that?
52
Diameter
to
or radius?
56.
I have to assume that's diameter.
I'm gonna assume circumference.
I'm gonna head out, boys. My battery's dying. Goodbye,
Okay.
guys.
Your poor Chromebook.
And then large, 56 to 60. And for people who are not
Christ.
confident about their ego, 60 to 64 extra large.
Yeah.
Dude, ever
Shoots
since
in the right side ensures comfortable fit and proper protection.
ever since we
Like,
started talking
I feel
about
like
this,
putting
I've been
numbers-
watching my viewer rating fluctuate like crazy.
I feel like hearing numbers on a condom is just trying to intimidate people. I don't like it.
Yes.
Good job.
And I shit you not, I can read further about how the breakdown
God damn it.
of fit.
Oh, yeah, no,
it's
they're-
like,
they're
you know, it goes down to
ridiculously-
length, girth. Try different brands. Comfort is key. Girth
It's
matters.
like that trying to measure penis size.
This is crazy.
I
Is it by
don't
the pitch in
apologize.
the
Oh god, this went to a dark place so fast.
Well, a dirty
No.
place, but either way.
Nerdy and
great.
dark.
Doesn't Willem Dafoe have like the
What
you
the
know,
fuck?
The friend or the foe?
No,
Just-
well, actually, I have heard stories about him, but no, he's not the one famous for it. That was the fucking president, fucking... Shit, the one after, FDR.
I don't know.
Shit. Was it Wilson? Was it fucking Wilson? I know it was one of them who was the one famous for pulling out his dick and being like, look at how big mine is.
Woodrow Wilson?
I don't remember if it was him or if it was one of the others, but either way, it was... I can never remember who the fuck it was, but yeah, it was one of them who was famous for doing it regularly, and I cannot remember which president it was.
Jesus
I
Christ.
wish it was.
Overconfidence is his name.
Literally, apparently he was well above average, but he had a name for it, and I can't remember what it was. And,
Of course he did.
He was literally famous for regularly just pulling it out, basically unprompted, and being like, look at how huge my dick is.
It's like he was the class
I'll give
clown,
you
that's
that,
what he
dude.
was known for, and he took it into his later life.
He would have won the. He would have got. He would have done well in war. All you gotta
Lyndon
do.
B. Johnson.
God damn it.
And he called his penis Jumbo.
Oh god. Oh, I hate it. You couldn't even have a clever name. You just went with.
Apparently, though, he wasn't lying about how big it was from all the people who saw it, so...
He stayed true to his word.
He's brown nosing. He's dick nosing.
He apparently, yeah, from all accounts, yeah, yeah, as on the, I see on Today I Learned, TIL, President Johnson would regularly expose himself, and when asked why we were in Vietnam, he pulled his penis out and said, "This is why."
That's amazing. Oh my god.
He could have
No wonder-
got nuclear launch codes if he just flopped his.
No
fucking
wonder
dick
they
on the
fought so
table.
hard for him. They were fighting for that.
It's a thing.
If you don't know what to fight for, fight for Jumbo.
I have about 11 inches of democracy raring to go.
And I want to say I think that is why Johnson is a nickname for them. It may predate him, but I don't know.
It's where Big Dick Johnson. Yeah.
Oh god.
That thing wrote its own policies.
This is flagged. There's no way it's not flagged. So,
No, apparently they do predate him.
He just gave it literal meaning.
Yeah, apparently John as a nickname for it is infant. Like, and there's been many variations. John Henry, John Thomas, John Willie, Master John Goodfellow, Sir John, and Uncle John.
Uncle John! What the fuck? That one's a little concerning.
it's weird because then like
Yeah.
if you just like he's like, good job, Uncle Johnson. This is like, why is your bro?
Apparently, weirdly enough, the phrase, where the phrase jock came from, for like jock strap, comes from apparently an old like name of jock am instead, which would then over hundreds of years turn into jock instead.
Okay.
It dates back to like the 1500s in that case. So we have been calling, humanity has been coming up with terrible nicknames for their parts for a very long time.
Apparently.
Apparently we're just that bored.
Shit.
Have you seen people?
Yes, I have, and
I've seen plenty of people.
sometimes I wonder why every day I show up to work. That's not
Yeah.
being
Damn.
But yeah, no, it's a thing.
depression. It's okay.
Yeah.
I hate those weird pet nicknames for like. No, like.
I want to know why someone named that.
Well, no, there is one I like, and I know what it means, but it just sounds cute. But Poochie.
Jesus Christ. Of course, it would be one of the most blatant ones out
Little
there.
Haze or Big Haze?
I don't know. It just sounds.
Call it the Hazer.
No.
The hazing.
Hazing.
You have problems.
The hazing.
I think we killed Billy's stream. It's just dead at this point.
That number's still fluctuating.
I don't know. You've done it.
I don't think we killed anything. I think we made it better.
Actually, hold on, let me find out.
It had 4 people last I looked.
Yeah, 4 people watching, but we've had 32 people pass through the stream.
I don't even know.
Jeepers.
Well, all in the days.
Jeepers creepers, look at them peepers. I regret nothing.
That's level 35. That's too high.
We get it.
I went the wrong way.
We get it. We're gonna straighten up. Everybody, we're gonna straighten up. Put on your tie. We're going to church.
Yeah.
Literally half the people here can't be straight.
Yeah. I also think there's a few.
Actually, slightly more than half
Yeah.
the people. But,
There's a few people here that if we ever step foot in church.
Straight like the back arch, or
Yeah, we're going to...
Well, a few of us are still fucked in that aspect.
Yeah, I was also going to say, in that case, it's not better.
I think the only one with the straight back might be me, just because I can form it doesn't mean I can keep that position.
We're going straight to church, but we're going to the Methodist church, so they don't really care.
I think most of us would burst into flames if we set foot in the
I was
church.
going to say, there are churches I would consider stepping into. I would not step into a Methodist church.
You madman.
Yeah, maybe
Better
I
than a
should
Baptist.
play like taking the church.
Depends on which Baptist we're talking about. Baptist is a very wide range.
Tell you what, instead of going to church, I'll just play the song Take Me to Church. Is that good enough?
Feel the burn.
No? No? Okay.
It's a decent song.
It is. I like it.
Yeah,
I get the darkness with it, but I get it.
First, and then it took someone to explain. I'm like, oh wow, that's bad. But yeah.
I don't think he's ever actually said directly what it's about. People just assume.
Yeah, there's a lot of assumptions. It fits a lot of things. You never fully understand.
Yeah.
It's just supposed to be open or open.
Yeah, that's a good song right there when it makes you think like that. You know, like what's the
But then you watch the music video. You're like...
Apparently, according to Wikipedia and from interviews he's done, without getting like he doesn't give like completely, but he states it's a mixture of the experience of falling in love mixed with his hatred of the hypocrisy of the Catholic Church, especially to falling in love and sex, honestly, as his interview states.
Yeah.
It's also a good place to record music.
Ooh, okay, that does not surprise me that he grew up.
You're not wrong.
That does not surprise me that he grew up somewhat bitter with the Catholic Church eventually, or the Christian faith as a whole. He grew up as a Quaker.
Oh.
That might explain it.
Yeah. Troubles. He's had a few.
Yeah, as he states, somebody raised as a Protestant Quaker, which he thought dominating the social and political outlook of the Irish state. Which, yeah, fair. I do find it funny, a lot of people don't know he's Irish.
When he talks,
Well, yeah, the problem is a lot of people have only heard him sing and never heard an interview that gives it away his actual...
Oh, there's so many people that their accents change when they sing.
Well, yeah, that's a well-known thing. Not everybody does, but a lot of people.
No.
Yeah, you can train yourself into singing with your
accent.
Honestly,
I think one of the nicer ones I've heard their voice change for the better without their accent would probably be Gerard Butler. That's not to say I hate the way he talks normally. It's just it's actually really nice the way his voice changes, like when he was doing Phantom of the Opera.
Oh, fair.
Mhm.
The
I
Phantom
still,
of
I
the
still find it funny
Opera
for
is...
someone who's
That's probably
who
still
loves
one of
it
my
so
favorite
much.
musical movies.
Yeah, I still find it funny though for people who don't know what his native accent is, and how much he loves musical. Honestly, is fucking hearing Hugh Jackman switch accents when he's doing things.
Yeah, yeah.
Because people who don't follow him a lot and only know him for like Wolverine over the years are like, he's like American, right? Nope, he's Australian. He's got a strong Australian accent. He just knows how to get rid of it.
Yeah, well, and he actually, he does a lot of, like, not musical plays, but he does a lot of, like, live stage performances, too, which I think is really cool.
I am
I wish I
well aware,
had-
man loves plays.
Yeah, because they actually, I don't know how many people remember the movie, but they actually got him to showcase some of that talent in, was it the second Night at the Museum?
Night at the Museum too.
Yeah,
Well, and of course, he was literally in Les Mis.
yeah, yeah,
And Greatest Showman.
yeah.
French Revolution?
Yes.
Christ.
Most people don't
Yeah.
like that movie, but that has a number of reasons behind why people don't
Yeah,
like that
but
adaptation of
it-
Les Mis.
The whole point of it was the historical value. Like,
Yeah. Well, no, it was a lot of good songs got cut. It's weirdly paced, and the thing, some people hate the singing, some people love it, but some of the people who hate it just feel are the kind of people who saw like one particular group on Broadway and desperately needed to be them. So, you know,
fair.
it happened.
I
It
need
happened
to
with
fill the
everything.
void.
I think the only musical I've seen avoid that problem is actually currently Wicked, because people actually like the people they casted for Wicked.
Yeah, I
But-
actually haven't heard too many bad things about Wicked.
I mean, I stand. If you like musicals, watch it. It's a good musical.
Oh,
Although
yeah,
you're still
yeah.
going to be waiting for part 2, because we only got to the end of part 1.
Yeah.
But in turn, part 1 ends on Defying Gravity, which is considered to be one of the greatest songs in musicals at all.
To date.
Also, I will also say,
But what about Coca Cabana?
Jesus Christ.
What?
I stand though.
Hey, you know what? Tony didn't deserve that.
The other songs from the early though, Popular, Dancing Through Life, and What Is This Feeling are all great. And fucking Jonathan Bailey doing Dancing with Life, goddamn, that, yes. The happiest song you've ever seen about someone saying they've basically fucking given up on life, so all they're gonna do is party instead.
Yeah.
Oh, that is what the song is about. Dancing Through Life is like he gives,
I
like,
never.
yeah,
I've heard that song. And I never put that together. Jesus.
Yeah, listen to what he's actually saying, and you realize, yeah, he's basically, I can't fix anything that's wrong with everything, and I hate everything, so I'm just gonna party, because fuck it.
Honestly, I feel like that emanates a lot of like 70s rock stars.
But either way,
You're giving me Axl Rose vibes.
but yeah, the other
I'd
songs,
say more
Pop-
Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, fair. But yeah, no, the other songs from that, What Is This Feeling, I love for being the love song that isn't a love song, because it's a hate song instead. I love it. And Popular is just... That one's not like any particularly special, it's just a very well put together song.
Well, if you like musicals, please watch Self Pacific.
And then, of course, like I said, Defying Gravity is just considered to be amazing, and it is a brutally hard song to sing too. The end note being held is insanely long and very high compared to the rest of the song, so...
I'm trying to think the last time I've been to a play or a musical, like a live broad, you know, like
yeah.
I think I went there 2 years ago. I went to 3 years
no.
ago. I went to a like a Christmas play for Scrooge.
Right, Wicked Part 2 comes out in November of this year, actually. It'll be Wicked for Good.
But orchestra
With Angelina
performance
Jolie?
that I saw one like
Hard.
8 months ago. I love orchestra performances.
No, lots of good people, though, because Cynthia Erivo is the least known, but she's Alphaba. Ariana Grande is Glinda. Jonathan Bailey is Fiero. Jeff Goldblum as the Wonderful Wizard of Oz, which I feel like there was nobody else to get for the Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Let's be real here.
Yeah, Tony's not wrong, Stephanie. That is pretty much what happened.
Well,
Oh, Stephanie just said, hopefully nothing worthy of a skill issue happened when I was gone, but if so, skill issue. Tony said, nope, just talk issues.
Yeah, basically. Michelle Yeoh as Madame
There's a lot of birds
Horrible.
and bees.
Literally. And we shall never speak of it again.
Let's see. Right, we'll get for good, no good deed, as long as you're mine. Wonderful. Nice. And then 2 new songs unique to the movie. Oh yes, and they made sure not to make the mistake a number of things have done before. The character that is in a wheelchair is actually a paraplegic.
So they kept it
Films
accurate.
that have done that before, and it's always caused issues. Which, in fairness, I feel like it should.
Fair, yeah.
There's certain things like the other ones I find ridiculous is when they cast non-deaf people for deaf roles, and that happened more than once.
Yeah.
Non-short people.
That one was a
Yeah,
thing.
that's also an ongoing problem now because of the whole controversy with Peter Dinklage.
Well, Peter Dinklage is kind of an asshole.
He is.
But
He very much is. Did you, Dave? You see the focused interview that happened last week with Hornswoggle, the old WWE wrestler?
No.
He actually spoke out about it in detail, and holy shit, did it get heated.
I bet. God. No, I fucking bet.
Stephanie, go back to playing Skyrim. Shut up. Fucking Christ.
No, continue fucking with him.
What did Peter? That name's familiar. What did Pinkler do?
He's one of the Tyrians in Game of Thrones. He's the short.
He's also been like, he's one of the most common dwarf
He was
actors
the original
in anything.
voice for Ghost in Destiny.
He was.
Peter Dinklage.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, before they replaced it.
With Nolan North.
I actually did not know that.
Oh,
That's
I'm
because
getting...
he was only the ghost for like 5 minutes. He was replaced like, what, like
I
a
got it.
couple months, if that? Like, it wasn't long before they replaced him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know who Peter Dinklage is now. Thank you.
But either
There's
way,
the reason I went with Destiny.
Yes, but either way.
Yeah, and then he got taken away like a year later. Makes me think if people still have weird save files of their last Destiny game, and there's just Peter Dinklage still talking to him.
No, because of how they updated it. The moment they loaded it up with the update, it would have changed voices.
And that was only Destiny 1, which is not even alive anymore, so...
Can you still play the story on it, or no?
Nope, and you can't play the first half of the story to Destiny 2 either, so fuck it.
Oh.
There's a reason Bungie's teetering on the edge of bankruptcy, and it's how they treated their fucking fans.
Also, the marathon stuff going on.
Oh, I know. Marathon is just fucking pop on the shit Sunday. Like, they were already having issues due to their horrible mismanagement of Destiny and the fact that they pumped way too much money in it even after it stopped being profitable, basically. And now they're making Marathon, which is looking like it's going to fail miserably because it's just a bad and boring game in every way that matters.
Also, Stolen Art.
Yeah, that too. I heard about the Stolen Art. So, yeah, Bungie may die. We don't know.
Well.
Which will lead to the hilarity of the fact that despite people complaining about Halo Infinite, fucking 343 will probably outlive Bungie at this rate.
I guess it's a good thing I never got into Destiny.
Oh, by the time you would have even thought about it, they had already sunsetted Destiny 2's original story, so you couldn't even play the Red War anymore, making the game pointlessly confusing.
Well, I know, like this is years ago when Destiny 1 came out. Dalton
Yeah.
and his dad got into it, and they asked if I wanted to try it, and I was just like watching them play it, and I was like, I'm good.
Honestly, Destiny 1 wasn't half bad. It had its problems, but it was functional. It had good raids. It had decent loot management. 2 was where everything started to go to shit.
Oh yeah, and I should
One
state the
had
problem then for
some
me was that I wasn't really in the habit of changing up to play new games that I hadn't before. I liked playing the games I knew because I was comfortable with them, and so I didn't experience much.
Yes, but yeah, either way. But Destiny 1 had its problem, but they were manageable. 2 was okay at launch, and it was actually getting better. And then they sunsetted stuff. And then the game has been on a downward slide into fucking mediocrity ever since.
Yep.
They had the golden goose, and they didn't just shoot the golden goose. They shot the golden goose and then started beating it to the ground over and over again, so there's nothing left on it. They didn't even get the meat off the golden goose.
They didn't even try to cook it.
They fucking just drowned it in the fucking dirt, and now it's just sitting there rotting.
Stephanie just said they have a mobile version of Destiny called Destiny Rising, and at first I thought it was interesting, but then I found out it was a gacha game, and all interest I had in it just disappeared.
Like I said, there's a reason Bungie is now steering on the fucking
The brink of
edge of
extinction.
Yeah, they didn't. It's a problem. It also doesn't help that they got purchased relatively recently when Sony bought them for a ridiculous price, and then it turned out Bungie was lying about their fucking monetary situation, and they were purchased for an unreasonable price that didn't actually matter. And frankly, yeah, it's not good.
I've been watching a lot of this guy on TikTok. Every time like Bungie tries to make an update or something, he does like a whole He-Man skit, and it's like He-Man and Skeletor talking about the bullshit. And every time He-Man comes running up, he's like, "Skeletor, listen to what Bungie just did." And Skeletor is like, what did they fuck up now?
Yeah, since they started their layoffs in 2023, starting at 1,600, they lost 750 or more. No one knows exactly how many, and a number of their C-suite left.
Oh.
Including their CCO and their CSO, so yeah.
Better good.
Not great.
That's one way to kill a company.
Yeah, like I said, I've said it before, as much as fucking 343 has done many things worth complaining about Halo, I don't think it would have gone better if Bungie had kept owning it.
Yeah.
That's kind of why they jumped.
Well, yeah, the Bungie was starting to... I heard around the time they were starting to make Destiny 1 that the rot was already setting in, so...
Yeah, they're just grasping at straws.
So yeah, 343 fucked off, but then 343 had their own issues with C-Suite they picked up, and that's what caused their issues, and now 343 is desperately trying to fix their problem, which is why they fired their whole C-Suite and has been trying to fix things ever since.
It's a series of bad decisions after another.
Well, yeah, so theirs is a twofold. So yeah, they had terrible C-suites that caused endless issues, including the fact that the biggest problem with Infinite in particular was the fact that the version of Infinite we got was developed in like a year. They literally started development all over again in, what is it, in Unreal 4? Or is it in Unity? I don't remember. No, I think it's Unreal.
Still in their
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
It's not in Slipstream? Then it's Unreal.
No, that's what happened. They couldn't make Infinite work in Slipstream because Slipstream is a fucking mess of an engine that should have stopped being used.
It's a kludge of the Blam engine.
Yeah, no, it's a mess on top of a mess on top of a mess, and they should have stopped using it like 3 games ago.
Just keep
but
compounding.
They kept using it. Yeah, well, that was the problem. Basically, the problem was, and the reason they had to switch for Infinite, that Slipstream cannot do open world. It cannot.
Jesus.
It literally cannot handle it. Like, Halo 3's levels were pushing it.
And then we just also push it hard.
Yeah, no, that those games run well at all is a miracle.
It's like watching Crash and Shoot from 4 crawling up from the bridge.
Oh yeah, from third person, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, they had to remake Infinite a tiny amount of time in an engine they weren't familiar with. The real advantage of switching to it was the fact that unlike the Slipstream engine, which is a personal proprietary engine that's old as fuck, that only people who have worked there even know how to use, they switched it.
Unreal has had a lot of people work on it.
Yeah, so they can actually hire people again. That was the problem they were having for the longest time. If they wanted to hire anyone, they had to spend like a year and a half training anyone they fucking brought in to use their piece of shit engine. So they finally swapped. And while it caused problems, in the long run, I think it was the right choice. Oh boy. It was a mess. Ooh, on the subject of Halo, I happened to see that, yesterday they posted more Forge maps, and I see one, Golden Gate. It's fighting over and around the Golden Gate Bridge in San Fran. Don't know how someone managed to build the Golden Gate Bridge. How did they do How did the suspension cable? What did they use?
I think there are cable clamps.
Wait. All this from the text. A fan-favorite minigame redesigned with a repulsive twist. One team stands, well, quivers really, on a platform surrounded by boiling lava while their enemies launch razorbacks at them from all directions. So a variant on Hogs from Tech. Is it a variant on Tetris? Or fucking, not Tetris, Jenga?
Sounds like it is.
We may have to look at that later. But yeah, thankfully the updated mode equips the survivors with repulsors so they can rebuff the advantage of those hellish hogs. Probably launch an ally or two in the process. Mind those elbows, would you? God, that sounds like a disaster if you have like 8 people on the platform, and the right kind of disaster. Oh no! Slow motion Slayer. John Halo teamed up with John Reed. This action-packed Slayer variant features no jumping, extra long slides, and slow-mo dives and do-or-die defense. Kills don't count unless you're sliding or diving like a hard-boiled detective. You'll regain shields with every shot landed while diving and experience max stopping power during slides. They couldn't
That
have them
is amazing. I also love how it was John Halo.
Yeah. Look, as people have discovered, well, a lot of people are still downvoting it for reasons. It's clear the people left at 343 loved Halo as a franchise.
They understand that it is a party game, not...
Yeah, and the fact that they're constantly posting Forge maps and showing off what it can do makes it clear they really want to get people to understand, like, please come back and play Forge. It's great. And I agree with them on this. Please, people, come back and play Infinite. The Forge is good. Come back. Stop just playing BTB and complaining about it and play the fun Forge map. Ooh, that one looks fun though. That's a normal Slayer map set on a clamped ass Covenant ship. I'll be honest, I like Slayer maps when they're like multi-level and cramped. That's my favorite type to play.
Oh, absolutely. I think Halo does a very good job of being able to have a cramped map that doesn't feel cramped.
Yeah. But just cramped enough that you never see the Slayer coming until you get an energy sword to the back of the neck.
Exactly. It's a very fine line.
Anyone who's ever played enough Slayer on the city map knows the joyous fun of thinking you're safe in a corner, and then suddenly the Slayer comes out of fucking nowhere, out of a hole you didn't
Nope,
even
nope, run away, go away.
Slayer's just their TDM.
Oh, true, but either way. True, but yes, either way, fucking...
was not good.
Like, you're referring mostly to, like, Infected.
True, the variants, yes. The many variants. Oh, there's so many variants of it.
So many.
But either way, Jesus. Oh, that one's an interesting one. It's called Colonize. it's a human mining colony that pissed off the flood, so it's half human buildings, half infected by flood human buildings.
Huh. Neat.
Well, because they added the flood bit to Forge a little while ago. And then some more firefight maps. Yeah, Corbula Academy, the Failed Sword, which is Raiding a Fortress alongside the Swords of St. Helios. Huh. And then, yeah, Golden Gate was the one I mentioned.
Yeah, because I don't think in the Slayer Forces you could have added secondary actors.
No, that was new to this Forge, which is something, well, because remember, they added the whole scripting to do, like, actual story missions and the like.
Well,
now,
yeah,
so.
I know, but, well,
You couldn't
just
do teammates
adding
with
extra
yeah.
actor, just adding extra actors is something that the Unity, or, that the,
Oh, right, yeah, you just couldn't make, like, yeah, helpful things, or even enemy things, or firefight, or anything, yeah.
yeah.
Oh, darkness bow.
You just couldn't add actors.
Yeah, which is why most classic Forge maps are weird party games, like Speed
Yeah.
Halo.
Yeah.
I find it impressive that through the engine swap and everything in all the games, somehow that bug is still there. And it still works.
It's not quite as good as it is in the previous games.
You can still go fucking fast.
Oh,
though.
absolutely.
The biggest problem,
Still goes zoom zoom.
I'd argue the problem it has is that you get to the same max speed you did before. It's just harder to gain speed at the start. Because in the old ones, if you slid sideways the right way, but for some reason the Warthog picked up.
You had no traction, and it was.
Yeah, bye, Tony. Yeah,
it is 12
no,
o'clock, so.
it was what? Reach was the first one with Speed Halo? Or was it?
No, 3.
It was 3? I couldn't remember if it was Reach or 3, but fair. But yeah.
3 was the most common thing, so.
Fair, but yeah, as you played Speed Halo, yeah, no, he's right. In the old version of it, for reasons nobody understands, and it never made any sense, if you slide a Warthog, yeah, it wasn't Warthog in that version, it was just Warthog that had the bug. If you slide a Warthog...
Monsters just did to a degree, but it was nowhere near as good.
Yeah, if you slid Warthog sideways down a just right, slanted surface, for some reason, the physics freaked out and the Warthog would go, like, 0 to 100 in, like, seconds.
Half a second.
Yeah.
We need to do another special stream or recording or something where we just do Halo games.
Yeah, I
That was-
through all of them
that
and
was
look
fun.
more of them. And maybe try some of the firefights and stuff that they've added, because those are also good. But yeah, no, they're fucking silly. But yeah, no, it got, dude, it was so bad by the time the Infected would get from their little timeout box, the Warthogs would already be going Mach 9.
Yeah.
Holy
And
shit,
it would
did they
be,
go so bad.
if you grabbed Hammer and you didn't kill your target, they would start flipping. And all of a sudden, you've now got a homing missile. Because for whatever reason, you know exactly what I'm talking about, it would just always home in on the Infected, no matter where they were.
Oh god. I'm convinced if you hit it when it was going fast enough, the Warthog was just everywhere at once.
It
Like,
glitched right the fuck out.
Oh yeah, it did. The only problem you had, and the thing that would end the game basically if they got going fast enough, is that if you went too fast, you'd miss the teleporter at the bottom.
Yes.
You would miss the teleporter and just die.
I have not seen that yet because a few of you guys are really good at pegging shots with the hammer.
Well, the
No,
Halo Infinite one doesn't tend to go, and I've noticed they tend to put second teleporters below it, so that doesn't happen. Yeah, no. In the 3 and Reach version, yeah, no. You would just... There was only one layer of teleporter. And if you missed it because you were going too fast, because you just picked through it, basically. One frame you weren't touching the teleporter, the other frame you were on the other side of the teleporter. And then you died.
Jesus Christ.
No, the graphics got so buggy when you went that fast. Because, like, you often weren't tracking your Warthog anymore. You were somewhere outside of the walls for your camera. Like, it got janky. So weird. No, I think the worst I ever saw doing it was got going so fast and did get clipped that like my camera literally didn't know what to do anymore. It gave up.
Yeah.
It's just like you're somewhere. I don't know where.
You're here, we just don't know exactly.
I was like just staring at the arena from a weird angle and was like, you know what, I accept this. I don't even know which warthog is mine anymore.
I chose this fate, I'm just here.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Also, just watching the warthog flip so fast that it didn't know how to render the flipping warthog.
Well, it was that. Remember, it also didn't know how to handle the audio, so you got that weird. Like you'll get speed and get walk 8 bajillion and then it went up and down in bits, and I was like, I don't know what speed I'm going. And it got so loud too.
It got so loud and then so quiet.
Yeah. No, it was horrifying to be the infected because yeah, you would just hear. And it goes past you at Mach 8 bajillion.
Yeah, you would hear.
Like, you'd be like, I almost died.
I don't know where that warthog is now because all I see is like fucking gray blur.
Well, no, you see a gray blur, or if it was on fire, you see the fire like stretched out super far, and that was the only hope you had of figuring out where the warthog was anymore. Because you had to like find the tip of fire to hit the damn warthog. Good luck with that. Oh, it was so bad. So bad. But yeah, no, we do need to look at more points, because they're already silly. But also, could you be going to bed? I know talking about Halo and Cupid is fun, but it is 12-11.
Yeah. Oh, and Stephanie said the Destiny community is currently crying for Destiny 3, but she knows that if they do make a third one, everyone will just bitch and complain about that as much as they did about the second one.
Well, the thing is, 2 was reasonably popular when it came out. Literally, people loved Destiny 2 until they started sunsetting. But seriously, let me put it this way. At least when Cataclysm happened, because it's the closest thing I can think of, there were still ways to get, like, most of the old quests were there if changed. And in the years since, you know, they went back and made changes during both the Cataclysm and the non-Cataclysm stuff, as you know. Because if you remember when Cataclysm came out, you know, everything changed, of course, in WoW.
Right.
To be clear.
Yeah.
Imagine instead of that, let's make it even dumber. You don't even get the tutorials you got, so like you don't even get like the nice like back in time where you get your nice little tutorial bit yada yada and then you're dumped out into Cataclysm. No, what if they deleted the tutorial entirely, did a Cataclysm equivalent, and then just completely deleted all the content of Classic WoW, Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, and just completely deleted it from the game and said we're deleting it to save space on the video game. And worse, every single item is gone. Every single item. Gone.
What the fuck?
All of the loot you spent half a decade farming, all of the loot you did all the raids for, all the cool shit you ever farmed, gone forever to save space.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what Destiny 2 did. That's why nobody will ever forgive Bungie for that.
Yeah, I don't blame them. Holy shit.
Destiny 2 was doing great, and Bungie just decided to fucking not just shoot themselves in the foot. They decided to buckshot themselves in the fucking shotgun and the fan base while they were at it. I can't believe they did it. I like, it is one of the things I am legitimately most pissed off that a company has ever done, and I wasn't even playing the game.
Yeah.
Because it is just beyond disgusting that they thought that was okay. And they've never taken it back. Everything that they removed is still completely gone from the game. The only thing they did was bring back a few fan favorite weapons, like the Gallarhorn.
Oh my god.
Because it turns out when you remove years worth of weapons, it turns out they removed weapons you kind of needed to do certain jobs. There were certain like things that just didn't have a weapon anymore. Fuck you, you want a rocket launcher that fires in a specific way? Fuck you, there aren't any more in the game anymore.
Jesus, they really fucked the fan base hard.
Yeah, no, there's a reason that Destiny went from a beloved company to hated in a fucking instant with that one.
Yeah, I would imagine the hate was an overnight sensation.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Oh.
I still can't believe they did it.
And to this day, a company has never felt a bigger ire than the Bungie fanbase.
I don't fucking get it. It was so baffling. And yeah, so I don't get it. And yeah, so now as a result, when you start Destiny 2, you get spawned in a story you have no context for whatsoever, and you get to hear about all these cool things you supposedly did, and fuck you, you never get to experience those awesome things.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
you know,
the base story for 2 isn't great, but it's not bad.
And the ending was really good. Like getting to vaporize him with the light was
yeah, that was.
The ending was really good, and people are like, "Yep, no, now you never get to hear that. You get to hear everyone talking about you. Did you see how awesome it was that time you vaporized that dude with pure light?"
That one time at band camp?
Yeah, and it was like, I would have liked to see that. Too bad.
Yeah.
It will forever be a distant memory.
And it wasn't the only, and it even worse. And the part that really pisses people off, this wasn't just fucking, this would, it is the equivalent of what I said to leaving the first expansions of WoW completely, because you had to pay for each expansion for Destiny. They deleted paid expansions along with the base game.
Yeah. Jesus.
I don't get it. It was baffling.
That is probably the single worst move a company could make.
Yep, and now, yeah, Bungie may go bankrupt next year if Marathon fails badly enough. And from the way it's looking, Marathon's gonna fail badly enough.
I think the fan base is dead set on making it fail.
Oh, honestly, people were hopeful. They wanted to hope Bungie had learned their lesson, but the moment it got released to streamers in its early access, let me put it this way: fucking indie extraction shooter that just happened to come out at the same time. Basically, a lot of people just stopped streaming fucking Marathon in the middle of their streams to go play that other one because it was more enjoyable.
That's fair. Jesus.
It's bad. The problem is, as a lot of people describe, A, it feels like a game that's about 10 years older than anything, and cripplingly, it's boring. It's not even necessarily non-functional or anything. The game nominally works, but it's slow and boring. And it's an extraction shooter, a game that's meant to all be about speed and movement and constant fighting with other people.
Yeah.
And it's just slow, which is...
So, it's taking a complete departure from the original Marathon?
Also that, because Marathon is the series that led to Halo. Marathon is one of the first-person shooters.
Okay.
1996. It was one of the first, modern first-person shooters.
Guys, I'm falling asleep here. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Marathon was one of the games that, was where boomer shooters ended, basically.
Okay.
Marathon was one of the first wave of modern shooters. And yeah, that's the new one that's shooter. And people were like, fine, I can take it if it's good. But it's not.
Fine, I'll do it. If I must. If I have to.
People were like, if you can make this good, we'll forgive you for deciding to bring back this series that's been dead for a decade that we've wanted a remake of. If you can make it good, and it does not look like they can make it good. So, good luck with that, Bungie.
Yeah. Oh, Stephanie, I see you were lucky then. She said she started the game right before that happened, so I didn't have all that much stuff to lose when it happened, but I know a lot of people were mad. Their excuses for deleting one of the DLC stories was because there was a character that was the antagonist in the DLC, but was revived and lost his memories of being bad. They didn't want new players to be confused on whether they were bad or good, so they basically deleted the story showing him being bad.
Yeah. I know exactly who she's talking about.
So do I, and it's such a stupid take.
That doesn't make the decision any better.
It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, that's the problem. Every time you dig into Bungie's reasons for doing it, it just gets dumber and dumber. every time they try and come up with some new reason. No, we had a good reason. Everyone's like, that's not a good reason.
Yeah, it's like they're trying to lie to a baby. They can just pull shit out of their ass and expect people to believe it.
Yeah, we don't know. We really don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. But still, I don't get it. We'll see if everything survives, but
At this point, I'm not even gonna say low hopes. There's zero hope.
Oh, after the streamers got their hands on it, yeah, there's basically zero hope. Nobody gives a shit. I wouldn't be surprised if it's another one of those games dead within like a week of its launch.
God, I wish there was a particular game that wasn't dead within a week of its launch.
Which one?
Anthem.
Oh, yeah, but Anthem
had a lot of problems. I will say.
I will say Anthem's problem was nominally good gameplay, like theoretically. The problem was there was nothing to do with the game.
Exactly.
Great concept. No game there. No.
It could have a very good loop, or a very good loop, but there's nothing there to loop.
Yeah, there's like 5 small missions and 2 raids, and that was what the game launched with, which was like maybe like 5 hours of content. So everyone was like, you made a looter shooter with no loot.
Oh no, Stephanie, you don't have to worry about that explanation being weird. That literally was the best way you could probably explain it, because that is probably legitimately what happened.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. I don't. No, I will say, Marathon though may turn out to be Concord on fastest games dead within the last few years. Oh boy, Concord only lasted like a day or however the fuck long it lasted before it got delisted. Cause that one got outright delisted. I would not be surprised if Marathon only makes it like no time at all. Like, oh my god, it not going great. What they were thinking, but yeah, poor Bungie.
Is it though? Is it poor Bungie? Or is it fuck them, they deserve to die?
Poor workers in Bungie, the higher ups.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do believe at this point though, basically everyone who had anything to do with Halo is long gone from the company at this point, so...
Probably.
I think they either split off into 343 left afterwards, or I think wasn't there another studio they split off into once?
They might have split off into another.
I don't remember, because I know of course 343 happened because of the whole, they wanted to split off who owned Halo, but basically if I remember quite correctly, what happened with that was a bunch of the employees wanted to keep making Halo, and Bungie as a studio didn't, so they're like, fine, give us Halo and we'll
Yeah.
And Bungie was like, okay, we'll give you Halo, which I think is the worst business decision they've ever made, but you know what, roll with it.
And then 343 went through a lot of stuff where they lost a lot of those people.
And picked up a terrible C-suite that had awful video game ideas. They were peak EA bad video game ideas, and now we've got the current problem they're currently in, which is they burned a lot of bridges, and despite them trying, now a lot of people don't want to go back to Halo to find out how it's changed. I deeply hope they've been working on another Halo game this whole time, because I would love to hear an announcement to bring back the hope in Halo.
Yeah.
There's been no real rumors of it, but I hope.
Or, you know, maybe something going like, hey, Infinite is getting an expansion to its campaign.
That would also be nice. I would love to hear something about that, because no, Infinite's campaign is not what was intended.
No, and I mean, even though it wasn't what it was intended, I still enjoyed it. Now, that might be because I played it with Fred and Tony rather than by myself, but...
Well, most people's complaints are, A, the open world just felt a little empty, and B, it just feels like the story ends on a goddamn cutscenes.
It does.
Because it's very clear it was meant to keep going on with the weapon and go on from there, but... Yeah. Also, goddammit, hurry up, please. Release a new game or an expansion to Infinite and fucking tell us the weapon's name. I want to call her something other than the weapon.
Yeah. And
Literally
not
confused
Cortana.
us. Literally confused us with like deciding your name and then like basically did the classic "my name is Black Screen" and I'd be like, "You fuck!"
You did it again?
It's not the first time a movie or a game has done that before, but like, oh my god.
Yeah.
I still say my favorite of that ever is technically not actually a cock tease in that case, but requires you to know that it is a technical prequel. It's Tales of Symphonia, which is a prequel to the very first Tales game, which is a long-running RPG series or JRPG.
Yeah.
It is a prequel to the very first one, Tales of Fantasia. At the end of the game, you merge the two worlds Symphonia are set on into one, and at the end of the game, the guardian of the world tree asks the main character Lloyd what he's going to name the new world. And it cuts out before he says the name. But we already know the name because we knew the name from Fantasia. Because Fantasia is set like 1,000 years later, well after the world merged. So hilariously, it's not in the game, but fans of the franchise on the whole already knew it because, well, we've known it since the very first game. I just find it funny that, like, you know, especially because Symphonia was so much later, because the original Tales of Fantasia is a SNES?
I have no idea.
I'm just thinking of that quickly because it's famous for being. It's the funny story. Well, they didn't make the rest of the franchise. The people who made Fantasia, after making it due to some arguments with their higher-ups, would go to make the Star Ocean franchise, and then Tales would just continue on its own completely separately. And hilariously, Fantasia and the first Star Ocean are famous, and I do mean famous. And yes, it's Super Famicom was the original, and so is the original Star Ocean. They are famous for pushing the Super Famicom and thus the NES to its absolute limits by successfully getting an FMV video to run on the NES. It is compressed to high hell, and it is displayed in the most first way imaginable. I've seen videos talking about how they get it to run. I don't remember the exact, but it is done in the hackiest and most insane way you can think of to get that video to run. And it is video with music. They got music to run while doing it too. The NES is fucking crying for its life running that shit. But they did it. They did it.
If it had fans, they'd be whirring.
Yeah. No, oh my god.
It literally was like, we're gonna need you to do this and not complain.
Oh my god, yeah, no, it is insane. But yeah, both Fantasia and Star Ocean have FMV videos in it. Yeah, only that team ever figured out how to do that, and it is cursed beyond all reason.
Fuck. I can't remember what game but it is technically, it might have been one of the Resident Evils, but it's larger than the file sizes are larger than the memory that it is actually on.
Oh, so it's the one that has to swap in and out repeatedly to actually work?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember, but...
I think it's one of the Resident Evils? I think it's the first one?
I don't know if it would have been the first one, because that's a PS1 game. Could have been one of the, like, Game Boy spin-offs or something, because remember, there's all the, like, Gaiden and the like that were on the Game Boy Color. I don't know.
But yeah,
Sure.
I'm pretty sure it is one of the Resident Evils. And yeah, if you looked at the file sizes, it's larger than the memory of what they're using.
Well, yeah, presumably the PS1 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
I don't see anything about it doing a quick search, but I'd probably have to hunt. But yeah.
As I said, I'm not 100% sure if it is a Resident Evil.
わかりました、救世主様。私とあなたは今から友達です。本気で言っているのか？もちろんです。友達です。
But still, yeah, no, there are some cursed fucking video game hacks out there for fucking some early games. Oh my god.
ありがとう
No, I do occasionally, I do regularly watch, like, people who dig into that shit to show just how cursed some fucking old video games are to get shit running at all.
Oh yeah, and it is just ridiculous.
問題ありません
Oh yeah, this is the story. Yeah, apparently the original Tales of Fantasia was meant to be a game called Pale Fantasia. That, yeah, for various reasons got stripped down. Like, the story was meant to have different viewpoints. There were meant to be more playable characters. The sprites were meant to be way flashier, and they just, large chunks of the game had to be ripped out to get it out in time. So they were like, oh, how dare you not let us do our shit. So they went to form Tri-Ace instead and would make Star Ocean.
何かいいことがあったのかもしれないな
Which probably still had some cut content.
Yes, but Star Ocean also made it oh my god, Star Ocean 2 in particular, the second story, is infamously one of the longest PS1 games, like, fucking RPGs in existence. It is insane. Like, a lot of people discovered that when the remake came out recently on Steam. Like, oh my god, there is so much content in that game.
How long is it?
Check on how long to beat, actually. I will just quickly check that. How long to beat Star Ocean second story R, I believe should be the correct. The main story is 25 hours. The main story plus some of the side quests, the biggest ones, is about 33 and a half. Completionist is 61.
Oh! It almost doubles!
Yeah.
Jesus.
And that's as they point out the average. Median's about 58 hours, rushed is about 45, leisurely is about 180.
Oh.
If you aren't grinding for your life, because you have to know what you're doing.
Right.
I know what some of the side quests are. Like, you have to have a plan to do that fast. Yeah. Ooh boy.
Oh my
Sucker if
god.
you don't know what you're doing. No, it's infamous for how long it is. It's a great game, though. It's
What the
considered one of
fuck
the
is
best
happening
RPGs
with
of all time.
Kirito's cloak?
Don't know. That's a good question.
It has phased through his leg as if it's in a torrential windstorm.
Yeah,
It's
just seeing all the reviews. Just seeing all the reviews, average length of playtime for the reviews on Steam that are obviously like completed the game. Not like 100%, but you know, completed it all.
Yeah.
About 40 hours. 40 hours is about the shortest I can see that looks like actually finished the game.
Oh my god.
But it is a very good game. Star Ocean the second story is considered to be a fucking classic. Right, that was the most recent one, was Divine Force.
Stephanie, shut up! Good Christ. I said that thing about his cloak being, like, pointed outwards, and she said, I mean, there is a cute girl around him, so I can understand.
Oh, God. Oh, please, you say that like Kirito can even get fucking hard considering how he acts around all women.
Yeah, I know, right? It's almost like he's inherently scared of them or something.
Well, I mean, he should be a boss enough.
Yeah, nobody angers the Flash.
I am pretty sure that were that series slightly more R18, Asuka probably would threaten to chop his balls off for half of the shit he does. Tell me I'm wrong.
Not flirting, but everyone wants to jump his bone.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm surprised
that hasn't murdered any of the other girls yet.
I was gonna say,
in a shallow grave.
Like the only one I could see being allowed to stick around logically would be Leafa, because that's genuinely his sister in real life.
Well,
I believe they're step-siblings or half-siblings?
Yes.
That just took a whole new different take. Why did you have to say that?
I'll quickly check, but I think he's right, because that's part of why she's so thingy to him, but give me a moment. But I was gonna say, yeah, no, she lets, fucking, well, calling her by her actual name, because I always find it easier to say, but we know Hangout, yeah. But they actually like each other.
Yeah.
Shido's allowed to stay. But yeah, and they're the main three, but yes, God, what the fuck's his sister's name again?
I don't remember her actual name.
What was her original character? Because they're usually listed by the third. Right, when was she introduced?
After Alpine.
Yeah.
Was that one?
Yeah.
I'm trying to fucking find
Because remember, it's the terrible joke.
Oh, there it is.
That's what we're trying to.
Yeah.
Stephanie.
It doesn't make this any better.
Our siblings, I'm trying to see if they're... is in love with Kirito, who is her cousin and adopted brother.
There we go.
With Suga
So both.
fully aware that it's wrong and that Kirito himself doesn't reciprocate. Which is even funnier, because in Japan, cousin marriage is still unbelievable. I actually don't think they're illegal here either, but that's one of those weird things that's picked up on the internet over the years. Because people like to occasionally remind people that there's only like 2 countries in the world where cousin marriages are actually illegal, and it's like part of the US and I think China.
So instead of it being illegal, it's just immoral.
Yeah, basically.
Yes.
I mean, what's there to stop people now?
Societal shit. I mean, most people wouldn't even deal with like anything they could call cousin, so like no second cousin or third cousin, even though you're barely related to those. It's kind of harder to do when you live in a small town, though. People have noticed.
Yeah.
Because at that point, getting away from your second cousins is harder. And just to be clear here, for people who don't know, this one I just know just because I got curious years and years ago, because the fucking thing...
God damn it, Blue.
What did he say?
Sweet Home Alabama.
Oh, yeah, intensifies? Yeah.
No, just Sweet Home Alabama.
But with the musical notes.
But your second cousin are your parents' cousin's kids.
Jesus.
That's actually fairly far removed.
It is. That's why it's fine. That's why everywhere, even the places that do prohibit cousin marriage, say nothing about second cousin marriage. Unless there's like one exception. If there are like double pairs of twins involved somewhere, at which point people end up way too closely related, and you have to kick everything back a generation, roughly.
So grandparents.
Basically, but either way, yeah. And then third cousins are even worse, because I believe those are your grandparents' cousins' kids, I think, because you have to keep going back a generation. I always know what second cousin is, I just need to remember how the fuck.
I believe it is grandparents.
Yeah, you share a great-great-grandparent. So it'd be up through, two great-grandparents, and then, you know, 2 grandparents, 2 parents, and then you and your third cousin would be all the way down there. So
okay.
Yeah, their last related is their great-great-grandparents. And yeah, you have to keep going up like that. It's the number is how many generations you have to go back to find a common ancestor. Because in the case of a second cousin, it's, like I said, it's your parents' cousin, so the closest is your great-grandparent, is the one that's closest to you. But yeah. Because then, in that case, yeah, they're your grandparents' sibling, yeah, so on and so forth to get there, but yeah.
That makes sense.
The charts are always a thing. Also, if you're wondering what the once removed thing is, because nobody ever gets that right, count to the closest direct relationship you get to. So get to like a first cousin, second cousin, so on and so forth. It's their kids.
Okay.
It's basically the simple. So, for example, if you have any cousins who have kids, their kids are your first cousins once removed. one for me. I have 5, I think, if I remember correctly. Or is it up to 6 now? I don't remember. Look,
Are
I
they
have
all from the family that was,
4 of them are. 2 or 2 of my other cousins. 4 of them are from the one religious person left, and he very much apparently believes in the old classic kid's family. Well, you know how Catholics are about fucking big families and not,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, I know. My great grandmother from Ireland had fucking 9 kids.
Sounds about right.
my grandma had 6.
My grandpa and grandma would have been 5?
あれ見てくれ
Ray, Jenna, Elaine, my mom.
それがどうかしたのか
Yeah, and then one half sister when my grandpa made a mistake.
どこまで続いてるまさか
That's a statement.
どうしまし
I
たキリト
apparently, well, I've never met them, and my mother said they basically never met them. She just knows she knew he
大元になる
existed.
方から伸びているんじゃないか
大元では一つ一つのカラント
And
から
then
伸びるのが
my
全
chunk
て
would
そ
be
の大元となる
3,
存在に
me, my brother, and my half brother.
な
And then a bunch of
しばら
cousins
くす
that
る
are
と元
2,
に戻
and
って
then
しまったんじゃないかな
well, 2 sets of 2 cousins
大
from
元にある何かを
aunt,
知らなけ
and
れ
then
ば
one
再
cousin
びカ
from
ラントが生え
class,
てき
and
て
then
しまう
finally
とい
the
うわ
last
け
aunt
か
just never had kids.
あくまで推測だけどさ
ではそのカラントとつながる
And
大
well,
元とも言える
everyone
存在を
else in my
突き止める
family
必要があります
has like,
なあ
or like,
そいつを探
is
そう
maybe working their way towards it. As I've
この
stated to
情
my
報を
dad,
ベル
no,
クル
that
さんたちと共有
you
して
know
おいた方がい
Cody's
いだろ
not going to, and I'm certainly not going to. Your line ends here. I'm sorry to tell you.
なあそうすると
It's not
賛
happening.
成だこれまで倒した魔獣の剣も
Because
含め
somehow his
対
line
策
ended
本
up
部へ
with
報
the
告し
funny
たい成果
genes.
が山積みだからな
今回のカラント
Yours,
の件と
yours at least
大
got
元が
lucky.
い
At
るかも
least
しれ
your
ないって
brother's
推測は
fine.
メディナのおかげだよ
Fine.
This is true.
そうなのか
なあ
Uh,
それについても報告しよう
but yeah, no. I,
では
yeah.
王都へ戻ろう
I mean, look, even if I weren't in the situation I am, I still wouldn't have had kids. I don't want them. And I don't think my brother would have been where he's straight either, so... I'll say it right now, it's not that my brother likes kids, it's that my brother would never be a parent. I know him.
My statement is just I have bad no genes and I don't want to pass it on.
Yeah, no, I both have bad genes and never wanted to be a dad
成
anyway,
功すれば
so it's
魔
not
獣
in
の
it
発生
for
も
me.
完全に止められるかもしれない
よくやった特にメディナ
I mean, had it
お
like
前さんは相当
happened,
頑張ってく
like
れているよう
sure,
だ
you know, if things had gone differently and maybe I had ended up with a woman and you know
このメディナ・オ
things
ルティナ
had
ロス
happened, if I had ended up, could I have probably raised one? Yeah, but I was never going to do it intentionally.
期待しているぜ
では
And at this point, it ain't happening.
またオルティナノスかチッどうせ不正したに決まっている
For many
As
あんな
Stephanie and
小
Blue are
娘
like,
一人
the fuck are they
まして
talking
や
about?
欠陥品の一族が
I
騎士様に褒めら
I
れる
just
ような
can't
功
really
績
say
を挙げ
anything.
られるはず
I
だ
have bad genes and I still passed them on knowingly.
Yeah, well, didn't you not know
You
most of your
also-
bad genes
Yeah.
when you had the kid?
Yeah, let's just say the last 4 years have not been great.
The only ones you technically fucked up on were you knew you had mental issues, which you sort of passed on, and you know.
Actually, for me, it was the back issues. I didn't actually clue into my mental state issues until a couple years ago.
No, fair. But either way, yeah, no, you didn't know, and now, have fun.
Yeah, and now I've got a body that's in complete disarray.
Yep, wouldn't be the first or last parent with that problem, but
No.
I swear to God, you also aren't the first person I've heard of who has the suddenly verging on cripple, but also has a giant child that's really hard to deal with. Like, that's a weirdly common thing I've heard in the past from various people. Like,
It is. Yeah.
like every time I hear like fucking yeah, I'm like, you know, either near crippled or actually crippled, and here's my here's my child with like anger issues that's about 4 times the size they should be, and I'd just be like, what?
Yeah, you know, that's
Did you shit on God's torch or something?
I
And then did you light it on fire?
I kind of had like the most recent venture with that same situation of like talking to other people who have gone through that same like scenario was Tegan's Tegan's like autism services lady. We're sitting in a chair observing Tegan, watching her play off in the corner while this lady's talking to us, and she says, yeah, I struggle with the same thing with my daughter. She just grew way too fast. And I was about to look at her and say, bitch, I got a walking tank. But then I looked at her and I was like, you know what? You're 6'8". I could get it.
6'8"?
Yes! Yes.
You realize she's in like the 0.01 percentile of woman height, right?
She had to duck to go through the fucking door.
I fucking bet!
What made it even worse is that she wasn't wearing...
You're only like 6.5 feet tall.
The first thing I had to check was she was wearing heels, and I looked down, she's wearing flat-soled nurse's shoes, and I was like, God damn!
Yeah, I bet she doesn't wear heels.
She can't! She'd never be able to duck through the doors.
She'd clear 7 feet if she wore anything. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I wanted to ask her, I was like, what the fuck do you dress up as for Halloween? A fucking light pole?
Yeah, let's just make it some context here. One of the tallest, I think actually still, the tallest country in the world is the Netherlands. Their male average height is 6.5.
Yeah.
6'8" is insane.
Yeah, like, she could have been a fucking basketball player, a volleyball player. She could have been anything she wanted to. She decided to sit in a chair and observe kids with autism.
6'8" is tall enough to literally just raise your hand and put the ball in the basket.
Yeah.
Because the standardized height is what? Is it a hair over? Well, I was gonna say, is it hair over 7 or is it hair over 8? I can't remember.
I think it's over 8.
Yeah.
It's just over 8.
Yeah, with the newer generations of people getting taller and taller naturally.
Oh, it's actually even higher.
Isn't it close to 10 now?
But 10?
It's exactly 10. It's 3.05 meters.
Yeah. Yeah, it was becoming too easy for people to dunk constantly, so it was becoming less of a, marvelous spectacle, and NBA was like, damn it, we gotta raise it.
Which is funny, if you still see some of the taller and bouncier players, they still get to that fucking net easily.
They do, yeah.
It's always hilarious. So, like, I get it, people lean on their strengths, but it is really funny to watch the difference between, like, the taller players and the shorter players, and you do have the ones that legitimately can just hold the ball up and be completely fine.
Shaq used to do that a lot. It was fucking funny to watch.
Well, yeah, because you'd have the legitimately tall people, but they just weren't tall compared to Shaq, and so it was... Yeah.
I don't remember what game it was. It was a clip I watched, and it's like from when Shaq first started playing. He got put on guard against one of the shorter players in the NBA at the time.
Oh,
the fucking guy just stopped dribbling the ball and walked away.
There's no winning that. Yeah. Well, yeah, because they almost always, the lanky fucking players always either end up on defense or like frontline offense because, well, that's where you want them.
Honestly, if Shaq had been like even just a couple inches shorter or even like half a foot shorter with his like width and size and everything, he would have been a perfect fucking linesman in football. Problem is,
a bit of football before he switched to...
Yeah, I think so, and that's why he switched to football, is because he was too tall for it. He just couldn't get under people the way they needed to.
You mean switching to basketball, but yes.
Or sorry, yeah, that's why he switched sports, I should say. Is because he couldn't get under them the way he needed to.
No, that's fair. They are a thing. No, it is
like
fair. It is also funny though. In general, I do find it funny watching like hockey, basketball, football, any of the big team sports. A lot of the people think because they're all fucking tall. A lot of people don't realize how tall a lot of professional sports players are until they see them next to them and be like, oh.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the WWE is a good proprietor for that. There's so many of them that are oversized in comparison that when you see them side by side in the ring, you don't think anything of it. But then when you meet them in person, holy shit.
Well,
Yeah.
the funniest I always find, yeah, you often, well, the giveaway with that is when they're next to the refs, because, yeah, the refs often come up to, like, below their pecs or the like, and you're like, fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, let's take John Cena when he first started. Everybody thought he was short as fuck. Not thinking about the fact that the only person at the time that was close to his size was fucking Rey Mysterio. And John Cena looked short
And
in the
Rey
ring.
Mysterio is still small.
Well,
Yeah.
Cena is pretty short by their standards.
By their standards.
6'1".
But he's still 6'1".
Yeah. But yeah, like the one I always love, and you see it a lot in basketball. Don't you love when you see the players next to their coach?
Yeah.
They're all bent at the waist, trying to see him right on his little clipboard.
Yep. But the funny thing is, if they're a good coach, you get you realize, and you see it with the really good teams. On the inside, the coach is taller than all of them.
Yeah.
With like when you see like a good team that truly respects their coach, you know on the inside they're shorter than that coach.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He can loom over them.
Yeah.
Which takes some skill.
Yeah. And then you get the opposite. And when you get the bad coach, you get the tiny little guy who looks like a fucking child trying to fucking yell at them, and it never works.
Yeah.
Which it is hilarious how the difference between a good coach and a bad coach makes that height difference so different.
Yeah, I really can. I really can feel that on a personal level because, like, my head coach in high school was a complete fucking douchebag, and he was the backup quarterback for the Hilltops. Just to put it in perspective, he never actually got a mainstream game, and he used to brag about that all the time and talk down to all of us on the team. And I just stopped respecting him. I stopped taking knees whenever he was talking. I would just stand there and cross my arms and stare at him. And then when I played for the U16 Academy and made the team to go play across Canada, I ended up playing for, like, with a guy who was coaching us from the Huskies football team. He was the offensive line. Like, he was a player for the offensive line. He wasn't even a coach, but he wanted to help coach our team. And he never asked us to kneel, nothing. He never bragged about his plays or anything. He just wanted to teach us as many skills and how to use them as possible to stay safe.
Yeah.
And the guy always felt like you were staring up at like a 6'7" dude.
No,
yeah,
absolutely.
And that's exactly the point of reference Zach was making.
Yeah, the only time he ever bragged about something was actually something that put himself in the hot seat for embarrassment. And this is what made this guy so amazing, because part of his courses at like the U of S was they wanted him to take more than a couple like courses because he was there on scholarship for football.
Yes.
So one of his electives he took was fucking gymnastics.
Oh,
This dude is built like me, and he showed us a video.
I would point out male gymnastics is bit thicker than you might think, but yeah.
Yeah, but he showed us the video of him trying to do the like the first time he ever tried to do the overhead bar, and he got his legs swinging and he let go, and we literally watched this big 350-pound man splat after doing a full rotation like somersault in the air.
Yep. Sounds like early gymnastics.
It was the best shit ever. He showed us that when we were in the hotel in a different province, and oh god, it was funny as shit.
No, I didn't. But yeah, no, I will say, as you were stating, fucking dude, the history of people who only make it to the lower leagues being dicks when they go to become coaches is a story as old as time.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas I find the best coaches are usually rarely the superstars, usually people who are middling to even backbenchers in the highest league.
Yeah.
Who get it, and just want to teach people.
I don't know if he's still playing or not, but one of my first coaches I ever had when the first year I started playing football, he last I checked, he was playing for the Calgary Stampeders.
I did that. But yeah, no, I do find it funny though, the number of people who like don't understand how good you have to be on the bench in a league, like in the top league.
Yeah.
Like they're on the bench. They can't be that good, and they'd be like, dude, they're still in the 99.9% of players in existence.
Yeah, the
ones
fact that
who
they're
are off
on
the
that
bench-
team at all.
Yeah, the ones who are off the bench are the 99.99%. You have to be ungodly good to make it to the top league.
Yeah.
That's always the funny thing, because they're like, yeah, they're a bencher, and then if they ever get sent down to the lower league for any reason, maybe enough abnormally good people come in that they get kicked down to a lower league, they often destroy those lower leagues because they're way better than the players who are stuck
Yeah, it
down in the
reminds
lower league.
everybody why they were on the top tier league to begin with, even though they were on the bench.
Yeah, no, they go down and it's like, oh yeah, these people are fucking slow as all get out. Like oh my god.
Oh yeah, they just ring. They just ring.
The
rings.
the intensity is way
Yeah.
different.
I still say one of the funniest, and it's something that's always funny, and it's the most common one to see. It's happened a couple times where when seeing a basketball bench player at like a gym, they'll challenge him to a game of horse or something, and they're like, oh, they're just a bencher. I played at the university. They can't be that much better than me, and they never even touch the ball.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not even a fucking challenge for that fucking NBA player to fucking manhandle them. And it's like, yeah, I never saw court time, and I'm still better than you in every imaginable way. Like,
Because I'm practicing at the same time as the people that are on
and
the court.
not even just that. To get to the bench, you already have to be legitimately one of the best players in the world. To be on the bench in the NBA, in the NFL, in the NHL, you name it. Yeah, you have to legitimately be in the top 0.1% of players. To be a bencher, to be a fifth liner. Like, the people who play first lines are legitimately the top whatever, however many teams there are times first line. I'd have to think about it because I'm currently brain farting on how many teams are, for example, in say the NHL offhand.
There's enough.
Yeah, they are the top players at all. The first liners are just the best players at all. End of story. There is nobody better than them anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
You aren't outplaying them. Like, I mean, of course, pay attention to, the Stanley Cup going on right now. Because it's still going on, isn't it? It hasn't ended
Just
yet.
starting.
Well, no, they're
Playoffs are just starting.
Right, they are. But either way, like, take, of course, everyone paying attention to the Oilers fucking fighting for their lives through it. Connor is, I would argue, the best fucking player in the NHL right now. He's just been stuck on a shitty team for... Well, he's been on the Oilers since he got drafted, so...
Oh,
They're fighting for their
okay.
fucking lives right now. Well,
Keenan McDougal was the guy I was talking about. He was one of my first football coaches ever. He is not playing anymore. He is actually in 2020 and 2021 academic year. He got his Master of Science in Kinesiology.
fair, that's where a lot of people go after football, to be fair.
Yeah, and
They-
he is
they go
apparently
into-
back working with the St. Peters as a kinesiologist.
Doesn't surprise me, that's where a lot of the smart ones go. Because as they state, a lot of there's exactly two paths for them to go. They either burn out or they actually do grow the smart. They either go back for an MBA or something like kinesiology,
Yeah.
and either go into health or coaching or behind the scenes management is where almost all of them
Yeah.
wander off to if they're smart. Because they like staying near the game. It's what they put their life into.
Yeah, which I can get that. They like staying near the game, but not enough that it's going to cause permanent damage as if playing the game.
Well, and there's look, bluntly, like what the longest I think anyone's played was into their early 30s. I think before
Actually,
they had to,
10 years ago, I think roughly now, there was a guy in the NFL that was in his 50s.
fair.
Which
But
I-
he's a
The
weird
exception, not
outlier.
the
Yeah.
rule.
I can only, yeah, exactly, not the rule, but I can only imagine the shape he's in now.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, I would say 30 to maybe 40s. For the oldest.
Lately, I think a lot of them have been like early 30s because a lot of them have been getting smarter towards the damages that can cause and doing, like you said,
Yes.
either background stuff or.
Well, because I mean, let's take like the famously old player in the NHL right now, Alexander Ovechkin. He's 39, and he's like the oldest player in the fucking league right now, and he's the old man. By
Yeah.
age, 39's old as shit.
Yeah, but he did just set a new record. Was it last season?
I know.
He beat Gretzky's.
Finally.
And I thought that was really cool. Because Gretzky...
Gretzky's most career goals. Yeah, he finally caught up.
In the same amount of games as well.
Yeah,
literally.
Exactly the same game, yeah. Dude,
So...
no, he was fighting for his life, because he, like, those last few games, there were so many articles about him. Is he gonna make it? Is he gonna fucking make it?
That's been his whole career, essentially, because Gretzky, like, you know, proclaimed when Alex started his career that he was going to be the man to break my record. And the game he did it, the next interview he did, Gretzky was there to say, "I told you so."
Yeah, still nobody will ever beat his fucking point score, but that's because he has more assists than everyone else does goals.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the guy
Which is such a silly fucking record.
It is, but he still has it.
Yeah. Shame he's kind of a douchebag.
Yeah.
I can't remember what city it was that was contemplating replacing their Gretzky statue after everything.
Oh god, I'm surprised there's only one.
Well, it was one near his hometown, I believe. I just don't remember which one. But
Fair.
yeah, either way, because he's functionally an American now, and after everything, everyone was like, "No, fuck you, Gretzky." But I mean, Gretzky's been surrounded by controversy for years. That's the last fucking dollop on the shit Sunday of his life since he stopped being a hockey player. Well, because remember all his failed business ventures, and his failed coaching tenure, and like.
Oh yeah, it's.
Who was it? Who the fuck was it he coached? Oh god. It wasn't the Penguins, was it?
No, I thought. Was it the? No, it wasn't the Bruins.
I don't think it was the Bruins.
I actually don't remember. I just remember it was a complete disaster.
Oh, it was. It was it was an absolute fucking disaster.
I don't even remember. Did he make it through a whole season coaching them or no?
I think he made it through and then they immediately needed him, but I don't remember. Let me see if I can find it. There's still a hockey here. And he did some international play. Post-retirement.
Well, I'm gonna head off.
Okay.
Go to bed.
Good night.
Ah! I found it. It was the Coyotes. The Phoenix Coyotes.
Oh god. Are they even still a team?
I don't think so.
I don't actually know. Problem is, every year new teams come in and old teams die out.
I think they may have just become inactive. Because yeah, they're now the Arizona Coyotes. But yeah, I believe they're inactive.
Makes sense.
I'm trying to see. So apparently their problem was in post-2024 season, they actually couldn't find an arena.
Right.
So the problem is, yeah, basically the one they were playing in, which was the Gila River Arena, the city got more and more pissed off with them for some reason. I can't actually figure the reason immediately. I'd have to go read it in more detail. But yeah, they were supposed to go to, and then Arizona State University was going to give them Mullet Arena. But then apparently that arena proposal was just outright rejected by the city's residents, and now they're waiting for a new arena to be built in Tempe.
Okay.
And then the owner, Marullo, hoped to win a parcel of land in an auction in June 2024. When this auction was canceled by Arizona state authorities, Marullo left the franchise and abandoned his efforts to revive the Coyotes, relinquishing the franchise rights and intellectual property to the NHL.
Oh, okay.
So, yep, they're stuck without a thing, and they probably won't be alive anytime soon.
Yeah, fair.
Womp womp.
Yeah, I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
Even the best teams hit a hard patch, and sometimes you just can't come back from it. It's unfortunate, but...
Let's see. So apparently the first time Gretzky was a coach, he did okay. They were actually up from where they were before. Then yeah, he spent some time remains coach. They would decline from there. They never reached the postseason. Their best finish in the Western Conference was 12th.
Oof.
The Coyotes holding company filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Then yeah, he stepped down from head coach. Yeah, his final coaching record was 143, 161, 24.
Ah.
So slightly more losses than wins.
Yeah. I think, honestly, when it comes to sports, tracking losses and wins on an individual player is kind of stupid because it's not just a player effort.
No, but that's...
Yeah, true. So I guess that would be the whole team.
That's his coach stat.
Yeah, no, just like a side tangent, though, like, my personal opinion, I've always thought that was stupid. Because it's not like you're playing with the whole team for your career, and, like, either. Most people don't.
No, well, and, yeah. The thing is, though, a good player can drag a mediocre team surprisingly well. But they have to be a fucking good team.
That's just it. And how many, you know, yes, sports players to be professional, sports players have to be exceptional. But in order to, like, back a whole team like that, in order to keep a positive win-loss ratio, that... Yeah, like, that's godlike.
Take example, like the last time the Flames won the cup, because they've been floundering ever since. Frankly, they had an okay team, but the only reason they made it was Iggy and Kiprusoff, because Kiprusoff was, well, undeniably the best goalie in the NHL at the time, and Kiprusoff was a very good... He was a center, wasn't he? Or was he a wing?
I think he was left wing.
Actually, yeah, he was, because he was captain on left wing, now that I think
Yeah.
about it. But yeah. But either way, he was an abnormally good forward, and the rest of the team was just good enough, which at that point, yeah, what I find is if you're going to do that, yeah, you need one really good player, your team has to be just good enough, and frankly, especially in hockey, you need a fucking freak of a goalie.
Yeah, well, you need that person in the proper spot to lead the rest of the team if they are that strong, as well as the other team members have to be strong enough to know how to adhere to that player.
Yes. No, absolutely. And I still stand, though. I still stand you cannot really pull it off without at least an above-average goalie. You fucking... For hockey, you need a good goalie. And they're all weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why it is a fundamental truth that all goalies are more than a little strange. I
mean, I think the running joke is to be a goalie in hockey at any level, you have to be extremely coked out.
Well, no, the other joke is you have to be comfortable with that puck flying at you at like 100 miles an hour repeatedly, and you have to somehow have this brain that makes you want to get in its way instead of out of its way like everybody else.
Yeah, you pretty much have to train yourself to be willing to take a blunt bullet shot.
Well, it's not even trained. If you've seen how some goalies are, some of them are just weird.
I mean, that's, have you ever seen how weird runners are? Have you seen some of the training they do? Even when they're standing on the sidelines watching another race, they train their body so as soon as they hear the shot, they make the running movement. So when they're standing there watching a race, they're sitting there holding onto the guardrail, and yeah, they twitch so hard as if they're cracked out as soon as they hear that gunshot.
Well, because they kind of have to be, especially due to how the rules are about the gunshot and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi, gods. Oh god, right, I forgot about that, just scrolling down through Gretzky's page. I forgot about that one. Every time he intermittently shows up in politics, back in 2003, he criticized Canada for not joining in the invasion of Iraq and praising George W. Bush, saying, "The President of the United States is a great leader. I happen to think he's a wonderful man, and if he believes what he's doing is right, I back him 100%.
What the fuck?
On the invasion of Iraq.
Jesus.
That's a technically more functional one than the invasion of Afghanistan, but still.
Yeah. Just wow, that's quite openly opinionated.
おい
Yeah.
お前の目的は一体何だ
But yeah, apparently the what burned him recently was things involving the orange Dorito and especially the Four Nations face-off. You remember that? Which was remarkably well timed for us to crush them in.
Yeah.
But yeah, the things that happened with that, there were things about him like talking with you-know-who and like making jokes about him running for prime minister or governor, which was pissed people off. And then the one that fucking got him in real trouble was he was made the honorary team captain, because like you know how they do that. And,
Right, yeah.
He stated he couldn't find a Team Canada jersey like the American one found an American jersey, which is bull.
Yeah.
And then when he was skating off the ice at the end, he gave the American team a thumbs up and ignored our team.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of Canadians went, fuck you, Gretzky, you're no longer a Canadian, fuck off.
Yeah, you don't get the honorary Canadian status anymore. You can go fuck yourself.
Go be the American you want to be, you piece of shit. Now was not the time for that.
Yeah.
No, I remember seeing that and I was like, wow, I knew he was trying to be a piece of shit, but he really proved it there, didn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's why a couple people are like, maybe we should just remove our Gretzky.
It's like those people who constantly try to defend him. Oh, he's a good guy. When he did that, they were like,
Well, yeah, the problem is, look, there's a lot of things you could do, but especially during that particular moment in time and in hockey, are you aware of how Canadians are with hockey?
Yeah.
Don't fucking insult our national team at a very important time like that. And frankly, not fucking acknowledging the team you're the honorary captain of is a massive fucking insult.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been rude any other time. Right then, that was just outright disgusting.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, no, I still found it funny that his excuse was, oh, I couldn't get a jersey in time. You're telling me they didn't have 800 of them back there in every size imaginable?
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. Like, fuck, those people have 1,000,000,001 jersey. Like, every fucking time anyone needs, like, a jersey for anything, like, oh yeah, your wife's here, your baby's here, your fucking brother's here, like, for anyone who's doing something important when, like, any important thing happens, oh, there come 8 billion extra jerseys.
Well, yeah, because doesn't each player of the team alone have, like, 5 extras?
Yeah, and they also have lots of, like, special ones they just keep in reserve for such situations if you
Yeah.
Like, it's a ridiculous statement to say, but yeah. No, and and I think he even tried to say, oh, there weren't any in my side. They'd be like, Gretzky, you're in a building full of hockey players.
Yeah, a jersey doesn't need to be in your size. What the fuck?
And you were never a big dude anyways.
Yeah, guy could have wore a fucking medium and been happy.
Yeah, no, it was the saddest excuse ever. So yeah, no, nobody was happy with that. And like, I don't even regularly follow sports, and I saw that and I was just like, man, you couldn't have fucked up more, could you?
Yeah, when you make a big enough of a blunder to get non-sports fans to pay attention to you.
It was an already infamously bad, like someone who people already rubbed the wrong way doing very stupid shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Actually, just check that. Damn. So we are in the Stanley Cup final. Oilers beat Panthers in overtime of Game 1. I wonder if they'll take it. Can the Oilers finally do it? It's been so many years since the goddamn Canadian team won. Although it is funny, while the rest of the country is rallying around the Oilers, Calgarians still can't bring themselves to do it. The Flames and the Oilers hate each other too much. You know what, that's both the most Toronto Sun thing. I just went to our Reddit to see, because I knew if there was a thing, but I see other Canadian news, of course, because that's what the subreddit's for.
Right.
But the most Toronto Sun thing I've ever seen, and also the most conservative MP thing I've seen in a while. Because I don't think he knows what those words mean.
Jesus Christ.
Conservative MP calls COVID mandates in Canada full communism. A, it's been way too many years since COVID, and B,
Oh god, it's amazing how fast people forget how fucked things are.
I know. Dude, there's a reason I won't vote for them. I have no fucking shame about saying that. I voted. It wasn't for them.
Oh, I love those people that came to the door asking who you're voting for. Each single one. Hope was way too nice about it, and she was just like, "Oh yeah."
You said you were like, "Go away, stop asking."
Yeah, this Hope was genuinely gonna tell them, and I stepped in. I was like, "No, you don't get to fucking ask that."
I mean, technically they do, but they can't pressure you into it. Is what they can't.
No, they.
There's also other people who think they can't ask you when you're leaving, which they absolutely can, which is how they get eggs.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a, it's a monetary question,
It's not even that. They're trying to get because the polls you see beforehand, they try and get by doing that. They're trying to figure out who wins before they win, and they're usually close. But I mean,
Yeah, fair. But I mean, like when they come door to door, it's a monetary question. It's not like you're right. It's not like it's hurting anything. But at the same time, they also don't have the right to get pissy when you look at them and say, "No, I'm not going to tell you that." Because you by writ law, cannot ask me that. But I will say, at least the people that go door to door with the politics, they're not pushy the way people with religion are. Like, I remember about 5 years ago now.
Wow.
It still lives in my brain rent free. A bunch of the JWs, the witnesses, came to my door, and they saw I was wearing the cross I have hanging from my rearview mirror in my car of the skulls.
Oh, yeah.
They saw I was wearing that, and they were like, "Oh, that's so disrespectful to the Book of God." And I looked at him, I was like, "Do you want me to show you my upside down one?"
Which is, I love that they think that's a bad thing. It's like they don't even know the upside down cross is also a holy symbol.
Yeah, which is exactly why I used it against them. And
like
this poor lady, she's like in her 60s. She looked at me. She's like, "You need to cleanse yourself. You need to not be a part of this whole underworld conspiracy bullshit." And I just looked at her and I was like, "Have a nice day. Hail Satan." And I closed the door.
Oh yeah, the funniest way to get rid of them forever is tell them you're disassociated, because it's someone who's been shunned by their community and they're supposed to ignore you forever, so you can see them go from trying to get you to like fucking running away in fear basically immediately. It's hilarious every time.
Another fun one is legitimately just telling them what I...
I've at my door before, but I haven't seen them in a while.
Fair. Another fun one is legitimately just telling them what, like, me and Fred are, which is agnostic. I actually don't know what. Yeah, I don't.
I'm agnosticated.
Yeah, fair. And the look of disgust always just warms my heart a little bit.
No, I agree. I 100% agree. They can't handle it.
I remember the first time me and Fred told that to like, dipshit at work there, and he tried to pull the whole adulting and mature thing and tried to explain to us that that's just people who haven't decided what they are. And me and Fred looked at each other and said, "Fine, then we don't have a fucking clue. We don't care." and he was like, "Well, you should care." We were like, "Why? That's the whole point of it. We don't care. We have bigger things to think about."
Yeah. No.
And he just couldn't grasp it. And I was like, this coming from the man who doesn't even go to church anyways, so what the fuck does it matter?
Yeah, no. The only time I deal with anything religious is mostly dealing with them trying to do terrible things to me as a rule, so I have to deal with that. But beyond that, I give no shit.
Yeah, exactly.
I will go yell at them when they try and get in my fucking way. Beyond that, go away, leave me alone.
Yeah, exactly. I have better things to do.
Bigger problem. I have bigger shits to pay.
Literally.
Gods, it is a thing.
I wouldn't have such a problem with it if they wouldn't take it so far.
Yeah, but it's
Like,
religion. It's what they do.
I know, and that's the problem. Is it's kind of like universally accepted as that's their method now, but it's just like if they want to do it, they want to do it. If they don't push them.
It doesn't help that we live in the part of the country with a lot of the weirder groups of religious ones, because a lot of them ended up in Saskatchewan or Alberta.
Yeah,
I mean,
you do it our way, or we will make you feel inferior to us.
Dude, I still say my favorite thing. I swear to God, it is a fundamental fact. It doesn't matter what day you go there, but if you are at Walmart, there is always one fucking Amish family there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. There's always the one.
Oh yeah.
I don't know why. It seems like the moment you go in there, there is always a one Amish family there. No matter what day or what hour.
Whenever I see them, I usually try to beat them to the dairy section to make sure I get at least a jug of milk and fucking eggs before they all disappear.
Oh, right, because that is half of what they like to come
Yeah,
for,
literally. They will go in
with
there and
milk.
buy $800 worth of fucking eggs.
Yeah.
It's like, I swear to God, they're trying to build their own chicken army.
Yeah, no, it, gods. No, dude, well, the Amish are extra fucking weird, but yeah. No, because we have Amish around here, we have VW around here. Thankfully, we completely avoid Scientology, but they're a cult, not a religion. A true cult.
Yeah.
Literally made up of a fucking sci-fi book.
Yeah. Although I feel like some of the religions around here should be considered as such.
Well, yeah, we have various brands of Baptists, because we have, like, Anabaptists, we have, God, I'm trying to remember what half the churches in the city are. Because we have very few straight line or even just normal Christians. Because they're all, like, Baptist or Calvinist or
Seventh-day Adventist.
Which one?
Seventh Day.
Oh, well, yeah. Yeah, there is a non-zero amount of Mormons up here. Can't remember what they all are around here. I mean, there's that fair number of Christians around here, because as far as I know, that we still skew pretty heavily Christian. Not as much as we used
I think so, yeah. And I mean, technically, I'm pretty sure I think I was baptized Catholic, old school, because of my family's, like, just, like, old ways, because my great-grandma, you know, Ireland, all that shit, and great-grandpa was from London, England, and...
oh, right, there's also the Hutterites here.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Because 75% of all the Hutterites in the world are here in Canada, in Alberta, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There's the Mennonites, which I believe there are a couple Mennonite churches in town. Yeah, there is the Latter-day Saints, which is Mormons. And then, yeah, there is a huge chunk of, like, Baptists and Anabaptists and Lutherans and all the other fucking Protestant groups out there. Which, technically, the Amish, Hutterites, and Mennonites are all a branch also. Because, God, are there so many branches.
Yeah.
Going down that path is...
Definitely not helpful.
What happened? I'm trying to remember what they are in this fucking city. I'm just like, what the... Some of them I don't remember what they are. A bunch of Anglicans, some Orthodoxes, including, and it really tells you how many of them ended up here, a Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral of the Holy Trinity.
Jesus Christ.
There's a lot of Ukrainians here, remember?
Yeah.
Ukrainian Catholic, Roman Catholic...
That's just a mouthful.
It is. Okay, yeah, cause that one's the one on 33rd, isn't it? St. Andrew's Presbyterian?
I think so.
The big white one?
Yeah. I know it's one of the more stuffy churches. Like, you go there if you want to treat other people as lesser.
They're Presbyterian.
Yeah.
I apologize if there's anyone here watching who is specifically a Presbyterian. I'm not taking this.
I don't.
So. I've met Presbyterians. I wish I hadn't.
Yeah, exactly. That, again, literally fits the statement I made. If you weren't so damn pushy, maybe I'd like you as a person, but...
Yeah. No, yeah, it's mostly Anglican churches like I thought it was. A lot of fucking Anglicans and Baptists. And then if you... Oh, there's a Greek Orthodox? I don't even know where the fuck it is, but okay then.
Wait, there's a Greek what?
Greek Orthodox church, if that's their brand.
Oh my
Orthodox.
god.
Well, because all the Orthodox ones branched off by country, basically, so...
I don't know
yeah, like
quite what
Ukrainian.
religion it is, but I'm pretty sure there's a Jamaican church here somewhere as well. Or an African one or something like that.
Yes. There is. I don't remember where it is, but yeah, I know what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea where this is? The 120 Dufferin Avenue?
Shit, I feel like I do. Yeah, because I recognize Dufferin. What's the church name?
The Assumption of the Virgin Mary Greek Orthodox Church.
Oh!
It's...
Yeah, fuck, that's by... that's by the subway in Circle K in Newtana.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I found the bit, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just,
Dufferin and 8.
if I remember correctly, that is literally a street over from Broadway Avenue.
Well, yeah, it's Dufferin and 8, so it is just off of Broadway.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a Shoppers not far from them, too.
You're correct. Now that you say that, I know which church that is. Oh no, the Presbyterian one isn't the big white one. The Presbyterian one, because it turns out our city tape has a list of churches. It has a list of a lot of things, actually. But it does have a list of churches. St. Andrew's Presbyterian is the one on the big one.
Oh, yeah.
That big old gothic, gigantic one.
Yeah. I think that's actually the church where the Music by Candlelight show comes to every year.
I think you are correct.
I've always wanted to go to it, purely just to hear the live music at nighttime with candles, but at the same time, it's at a church.
No, I get that. Oh, that was a church. Okay, then. I know what that is, I just never realized that was a church. 3rd Avenue United Church on 304 3rd Avenue North.
Yeah, the United Church. I remember that, because if I remember correctly, that was the closest church to when me and Hope used to live on 1st Avenue.
There's the other church on Spadina, because there's two, because there's also Knox United, which is further down.
Yeah, I used to drive by that
Which is
one
the
when I was
other-
delivering for the store.
Oh.
I always laughed at the name.
Oh, Knox United.
Yeah.
There's another one in Newtana, 505 10th Street. I don't think I've ever actually been near that one, because I've never wandered that way into Newtana.
I don't go most places unless I have to.
Well, I've lived over there and also gone to school
Yeah,
over there,
that's
but
true. You had a reason to be in that area.
I'm technically not that far from it now.
True.
I don't think I've ever been past that one. First Baptist Church, which is 401 4th Avenue North. I lived near it at one point, I believe, but I don't think I've ever gone past it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Church Anglican, 28th Street West. Oh no! I know
You know what's funny thinking about this? We're treating this the same way lots of people treat as like mapping on a route to go see Christmas lights.
Not wrong. I'm just trying to think of where the fuck they all are and if I remember. But no, I know where that one is. That one's buried in a residential area. I've only walked past it once or twice. I also know where that one is. St. Vincent of Lawrence Orthodox Church on 25th. I know exactly where that is because I used to live near that.
Holy shit.
Okay, the Ukrainian... Oh, I think I know which one that is. That one didn't used to be a Ukrainian church, I believe. Or was it? No, that must be a different one than I'm thinking of in that case then. 306 Avenue J South. It's the big white one with the columns for its front door.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't been by that in a while. St. Thomas is 20th. St. Paul's is also on Spadina. That's the third fucking church on Spadina.
What?
I know, Spadina's long as shit.
Isn't that... Well, no, I guess that wouldn't be the hospital St. Paul's, because I know they have a chapel in theirs as well.
No, but it's close. But yeah, no, part of the reason there's a lot, they're just really old churches, because Spadina is one of the older streets in the city. So.
Yeah, what the fuck? Okay, I'm hoping that it flies, given that it's called a skyfish, because I just walked up to it and it's sitting beside a tree on sand, floating as if it's in water.
Delightful. St. Mary's is on Avenue O. I don't think I've ever been on Avenue O. Where the fuck even is O?
Best of luck. I'm pretty sure Avenue O is where a lot of the, like, 22nd Street apartment buildings are.
I was gonna say, isn't that this side of Idlewild?
I think so, yeah.
J is just before Idlewild, so... Then the question becomes, where do the avenues kick back in? Because I know they stopped for a moment there. And I'm like, where do we start counting the letters again? Because I don't know where it starts again.
Dude, trying to read a city map, worthwhile a small town map, is just like, you might as well tear your eyeballs out.
Well, the funny thing is, it's relatively doable on the west side of the city, because it actually does go A through J, and, like, the streets count up reasonably, because you can go, like, 20th to, like...
Yeah.
What, like 40th before it stops fucking counting in a same way?
I think so. Hence why most sane people in this city live on the west side, or, yeah, west side.
About that one. One go here to 8th Street. What the fuck is that? I fucking live, like, near that, and I don't know where that is. China. Again on Dufferin. St. George's on Avenue M. Here.
Ah, damn it, you swing fast.
Oh yeah, I forgot about when we did that.
Huh?
That we renamed John A. McDonald Road about 2 years ago.
Oh, right.
To Neil, I'm gonna say it completely wrong, but Wakotowin?
Oh, Wakahodowin. Right, yes, because wasn't the school renamed that as well?
Probably. I don't remember if they ever got around to renaming it.
Because now that I think about it, yeah, the route that Hope drives for Father Michon and Bishop Roberecki, she ends up talking with a lot of people who drive for Wakahodowin School.
Yes, from the looks of it.
Right, wasn't that school renamed because of the whole, like, people upset?
It was residential school.
Yeah.
Because he was really involved with it, so they didn't want anything named after him anymore.
Yeah. Well, yeah, didn't it get brought up seriously, though, like, right before it happened, because a lot of people were pissed that the, like, John A. McDonald and Louis Riel stuff, got brought back into the school curriculum?
I believe so. Well, Riel they're fine with, because, well, Riel went a little nuts. There is the whole Métis thing about it and everything, but yeah.
Right, but I mean, even in the graphic novel and all the, like, tales of Riel, McDonald was his biggest adversary.
Yes. And considering we praised Riel as a national hero,
Yeah.
except in the area where he went crazy the second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, either way, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just expecting the random things on the Saskatoon page, like weird shit we have hiding on our fucking city's website.
There. That mission's over.
I love that they have a page for planning block parties to get to know your neighbors, and I don't think I've ever seen a fucking neighborhood set one up.
We had one 2 years ago, but some people who literally lived right on the corner of the street where we had blocked it off decided to leave right as we were starting it, and came back like halfway through it, and they were pissed that they couldn't pull into the driveway, so they literally walked through and started like getting in people's faces and everything, and it was just like, Jesus Christ, like the people on our street is so petty. It's like
Tell me how you really feel.
Yeah. Well, it's like, you know, you were all of us were notified 2 months in advance about this, and you choose to plan something the moment that we're setting it up.
Yeah, sounds about right. People are like that all the time with everything.
Well, yeah, and we knew they did it on purpose too, because there's literally a back alley that leads them to the other side of their house so they can park in their driveway, and they chose to try and drive through the middle of our block party. So we stood our ground. None of us moved, and we made them back their whole train of vehicles because they were bringing a bunch of friends over for a personal party at their house just to spite all of us. And so we all stood there in a line blocking the road along with the actual construction roadblocks we had brought, and stood there until they backed up their 4 vehicles and pulled through the back alley. It's like, you know, you're gonna be petty, we can play this too. So yeah, there's 25 of us standing there blocking them.
No, that's fair. I think, though, and I imagine you're probably not going to say that much longer, but I think...
Yeah, honestly, I think I'm going to call it after I turn in this mission, because my sinuses are just getting worse.
I can kind of hear it.
Yeah, it sucks. I have to... I'm at that moment where I have to choose if I want to breathe or if I want to talk.
Nope, that's fair. I 100% get it. So... have a good night. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Adios.
Bye-bye. Alright, come on. Show me what you got. Hey, level up.
それじゃああ。お、行くぞ。こいつか。
Oh, fuck, another one?
行こうか。
Holy shit, you are a big boy. The right fin. Ow. Ow. Dick, come here. Your purple orbs hurt, but they aren't gonna kill me. Although I'll happily fight a few more of those things. Gain levels quickly.
Kirito! そうだ。報告をしよう。つまり、ありがとう。すみません。わかりました。ああ。さてと。
Oh boy. Well, it's nice to know I unlocked this whole town now. Still gotta find Medina though. Ah, oh well. I will find her. Jesus, 14. Okay. Why can't I unlock this yet? Oh. I'm gonna find a sword I can do dual wield with. Sub-weapon. Right, but it drags down my damage. Damn it. I'm sure I'll find something eventually. Maybe... Holy shit. Okay, maybe let's go to No, but then it'd still be the same. Damn it. No. I want to raise my stats, but I don't have anything that could fucking raise it. Jesus. If I'm going to use one hand, then I might as well just use that then. Oh, shit, but I have a high defense with this. Arrgh! Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because I am trying to... How the hell do I always forget this. There we go. Bad about that. Well, I hope you all enjoyed this stream. Went a bit longer than usual, which is completely fine because we ended up having lots of fun, lots of topics to talk about. Some nights is quiet, some nights it's not. So, you know, that's just how it goes. But, yeah, and as you can tell, I'm sounding very nasally because my sinuses hate life right now. So I'm going to go try to take care of those and then get some sleep and hopefully be right for the Star Wars stream on Friday. I hope you all enjoy the content you see on this channel. If you do, feel free to subscribe and hit the bell notification. It lets you know when we're doing the next one. And hit the comment section down below letting us know you did subscribe, and we'll answer to it with a personalized message for you. And let us know if there's any game ideas you want to see us check out in the future, or maybe something better we could be doing in the games we are playing that we just haven't thought of yet. We'll take a look at those, we'll respond to those as well. And without further ado, I'll see you all back on Friday for more Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Alright, good night.